Good morning. It is Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023. The time is 9:31 a.m. and this is the Telluride Town Council meeting. Present in council chambers are Dan Enright, Nian Fee, Delaney Young, Geneva Shawnette, and Lars Carlson. The first thing that I wanted to do this morning, and I feel remiss that at our last meeting, we were scrambling to make sure we had a quorum that day, that I was remiss in not doing this then. I think that we should take a moment of silence, and I have a list of names to read. And if I have inadvertently left anyone off this list, I am heartily sorry. And you all have my sincerest condolences. I would like us to take a moment of silence for John Mansfield, Ben Blouse, John Moser, William Vega Rodriguez, Bill Riley, Bobby Schaefer, Jeff Passal, Richard Zem, and David Hill. Thank you, everyone, for responding to that moment of silence out of respect for the friends and families of their loved ones who have passed away recently. Okay. Item number 1 is work sessions. And 1A is update from Telluride Ski and Golf. And we have Chad Horning in the room with us. Thank you so much, Chad, for coming down to chat with us.
You bet, Mayor, and it's a pleasure to be here. I have just a few things I wanted to give you guys an update on and share with you some projects and some things we're working on, and love to answer any questions or get into any other dialogue you'd like to. First of all, starting off with the winter. The winter finished off really strong. It was a great winter in a lot of ways. That said, visits to the ski mountain were down slightly. And it was clear this winter that revenue, depending on the category, revenue's either peaked or is starting to decline in some areas. And while I don't consider that really negative, it's just kind of a reality, I think, of our post-COVID situation here. We're trying to kind of figure out the new realities of that. And, our goal is to not put more people on the mountain necessarily. It's really to put people on the mountain in times when they're not there and they have less congestion. And so we think that we can make that reality and those goals align. As far as, well, let me get into summer plans. So capital this summer on the mountain is a little bit more limited than it has been in the past. We're focused on replacing Giuseppe's Restaurant, which unfortunately we had to tear down. Hopefully we'll have a little better replacement up there for this coming winter. It's a little bit challenging with the approvals and the timing and the short season, but we're hopeful that we can get it done. And then we just have with a heavy winter and a lot of blow down, a lot of trees. We just have a huge amount of regular maintenance that we need to do, and just things that we haven't been able to get to in the last couple of years. And so we're going to be focused on a lot of that this summer. There's a couple of mountain bike trails that we're looking at expanding this summer in the bike park for beginner and right off the top of Lift 4. Hopefully we can get those done. And golf is expected to open on June 2nd. Hopefully that date holds, weather depending. And we have a big irrigation project on the golf course plan this summer. It's a really big project to replace 100% of the irrigation that's on the golf course. So hopefully that gets done as we planned. As far as summer bookings go, they're a lot lighter this time. The pacing this summer is a lot lighter than it was last summer. And it's bringing a lot of questions to the forefront about where our yield's going to be, where our occupancy is going to be. And it feels like there's a lot of uncertainty in the community and from our perspective on that as well. And again, I just think we're in the very beginnings of our new COVID reality, whatever that is, and we're all going to learn what that means to our community, and we're excited to figure out how to embrace that. About a week ago, part of the hillside in Mountain Village, right at the base gondola there, slid about 10 feet. And it slid in such a way that it was wouldn't make it impossible for the gondola to run, but it would make it impossible to have the minimum clearance levels to run the gondola. And the land that it slid on or slid from was owned by the TMVOA, the Town of Mountain Village Owners Association. And the association got on it right away. It's now been rectified. The immediate issue is over. It should not produce any issue with the gondola opening, which is really good. There's a second phase of the project, which is future stability of the mountain or of the hillside, which probably will take a little bit longer. But it looks like the current issue is in hand on that. One of the major issues that I'm going to be focused on moving forward here is the overall regional planning as it comes to workforce housing, any kind of hotel projects, and short-term rentals. And the reason is because those three things are the lifeblood of the community, and understanding and working with the community and the towns and the county to get this planning figured out and planned in a way that we can rely on some of it, so we can tie that to how we're going to be able to put improvements on the mountain is really, really important and key to us. And so I just wanted to share that with you. It's going to be a major focus for me personally, the ski company, and to just trying to understand where we're going to go, not necessarily pushing an agenda, but trying to push the agenda of let's figure out where we're going to end up here so that we can properly create a vision for the mountain experience, for the guest experience, and make sure we can deliver on that. The ski company has a lot of land, especially in Mountain Village, some in town of Telluride that we can accomplish some of this stuff on. And so we feel that we are going to need to step up and help with that planning effort. And we're looking forward to doing that. And with that in mind, we're really excited about this joint planning effort with the town of Telluride for the base of Chair 7 and the Carhenge parking area. We've started that process. We've hired Design Workshop to be the lead planner in that. And we're excited to figure out what we can get there if we're working together, how much housing we can we get some hotel rooms? Can we get how much retail can we get? What kind of community can we put down there? And it's really exciting. We've had our first planning session with town staff and we've gotten a lot of input, and we don't have a specific agenda other than trying to do everything I just said and trying to create something really kind of long-term and special there. Scott, anything you want to add to that?
Well, I would just say that we would agree from the staff standpoint, sitting down initially here with TSG, that it just makes sense for these two organizations within this community to sit down together and really look comprehensively at Chair 7 base area and the Carhenge lot. We know we've got significant housing goals and a lot of other goals layered in there as well. But I think the community would expect our two organizations to collaborate and work really closely together. And so this memorandum of understanding between us and in council's packet today, which is non-binding, but I think a really important message to one another and to the community that we are going to work as hard as we can to create a shared vision at that base is really critical. So I appreciate, Chad, the work you put into this, and John Miller, your planner, and Design Workshops is certainly a high quality planning group that we just use for our own town vision process. So it's familiar folks on that planning side that we look forward to sitting down with. And again, just ensuring that these really important last pieces of property at the Chair 7 Carhenge area are planned to a world-class level and can meet community needs and TSG needs at the end of the day. That's certainly the goal. So I think the language in the MOU is aspirational, but I think it's all very pragmatic as well and doable. And we just look forward to sitting down and continue the discussions and process here. and weaving certainly council and the public into that sooner than later. But
Yeah, and I just want to make a project like this happen in such a way that's not focused on developer profit and just a developer goal is going to require a partnership between the communities, the ski company, the town. It's going to require a lot of vision, a lot of leadership on all of our parts. And I'm just hopeful that we can continue the process. And I know we got started, but I want to continue it. And I'm really hopeful that we can get to something that satisfies all of our goals. And where they don't satisfy those goals, we all know it. And we're all making good informed decisions on whether it makes sense to proceed or not. Let's see. I think, the ski company, we've been working on long-term planning for the mountain and the vision for the mountain and the vision for the community as it relates to how the ski company can be a part of it. And I personally really want to see the ski company and the experience here and the mountain experience and the off-mountain experience grow into a world-class experience. And I'm not really sure exactly how to define that, but if we all sat down and agreed that we were delivering that experience, I think would be one of the goals that we would like to see. We're going to be working on whether the community is in line with that. And we're also going to be working on what is it going to take for us to get there. And one of the things it's going to take is an immense amount of capital. Ski company was built based on real estate sales back in the Ron Allred days. And today it exists entirely based on just operations. And while the ski company is strong today, and while we invest all profits back into the ski company, we still don't produce enough revenue to have reserves to replace lifts, for example. And so we need a plan to how we're going to be able to do that and grow the company into the vision that I think we'd all like to see it be. And we want to make sure we are aligned with that vision with the community. So that just gets back to the planning and workforce housing and making sure that we're not, the culture that's been created here is one of short lift lines, amazing mountain experience, amazing culture in the towns and the communities. And we want to make sure we can maintain that as part of our vision. So anyway, that's what I have to report on this morning. And I'd love to talk to you about any of the questions you guys have or anything else.
Thanks so much, Chad. Questions or comments? Dan?
Great. Thanks so much for coming. My first question is in regards to your initial statement about visitor numbers going down. In Telluride, we've experienced some similar things. Our overall visitor stays are down slightly from our COVID peaks, while at the same time, most of our tax revenue is in fact up and in fact at record levels. To me, that indicates that we're undergoing a period of premiumization where businesses are targeting higher dollar clientele overall. And so my question is, are you experiencing something that same thing where the spend per visitor ratio is going up? Have you experienced some of that?
Yeah, I think we're, excuse me, I think we're experiencing the same thing. The question that we have more than anything is, how durable is that? How elastic is that? Where is that going to go in the future? And, for this summer, I think it's going to be an interesting test to that to see, because summers traditionally have been a lot weaker in the community and COVID really created some strength there. This is the first summer where people are really worried about, are we going to have to adjust our rates? Are we going to have to adjust how much we're charging for things and not just be bullish that it's going to continue? But, we have very little control. We can advertise, we can continue our word of mouth. We can, most importantly, in my opinion, is we continue delivering the experience and the culture here that we all really value, and that'll help take care of itself. But yes, short version is we've experienced the same thing. I would say only thing is that I'd say we're seeing more peaking of that ability to in the winter. We're not seeing even though people are being able to charge more and the yields are up, we're seeing that peak. We're not expecting to be able to continue those increases.
Yeah, wonderful. It sounds like we're thinking similar thoughts. I bring it up, it does certainly impact my views and planning for long-term of sometimes I get the push of the answer to premiumization is opening the floodgates as far as short-term rentals, short-term accommodations. And I don't necessarily view it in that same light because that of course does impact our employee base. We are suffering an employee shortage as you're already touching on. So I think I'm not looking for an answer to solve that problem here, but just to keep that all in context, because I think it does, as you are fully aware, it does play off of each other as far as continuing to deal with our employee shortage here.
It does. And two quick things come to mind based on what you said, but one is, short-term rentals, while they're one of the toughest things to talk about in the community here, they're the reason why we've been able to have the success. I'm going to refer to kind of businesses and on the mountain success that we've had without building hotels. And I don't make sure I'm trying to do a better job informing the community on what would be happening if we lost those short-term rentals. But it would be dramatic. I mean, I'm not saying you would just notice a little change. It would be a dramatic change. So my goal is to figure out a way to properly manage those rentals or assist in that and to preserve them long-term. And yet balance that with our housing needs and, smaller than hotel needs. If we lost those, the hotel needs would go up dramatically, or we would see a major shift in how we are able to operate.
And lots to discuss there, but we don't need to go in there. I feel like I had one last thing. You touched on some of the lift replacement needs. Frankly, the most glaring issue on the resort this winter was Chair 10 when that went down a number of times. What are your current plans? What are estimates? How are those problems going to be addressed in the future?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question because I wanted to bring that up. So Chair 10 is definitely at its end of its useful life. We're able to operate it without any safety issues, but we do have some reliability issues. We've taken some steps for the next couple of winters to make sure that if we do go down with the lift, that it's down for only very short periods of time. There's a planning effort in place in Mountain Village to consider and potentially ensure that lift would be replaced with a gondola. And we think very favorably on that plan because what it would do is it would provide scheduled transportation to the Meadows residents in the same hours that the gondola operates, and it would allow them to get to the market there and all the way to the town of Telluride. It would really kind of round out this whole pedestrian communities aspect as it relates to the Meadows and the workers there. And it gives us the opportunity to look at putting some more housing down there as part of that plan. What we cannot do though, is we cannot replace the chair lift and then 2 years later or 3 years later, replace it again with a gondola. It's just economically and environmentally not a feasible situation to do. So what we're trying to do is fast track that process so that at the next hopefully year or two, we can have an approval relating to that, and then it can quickly become a gondola.
Wonderful. Thanks for that information. That's all I have.
Thanks, Dan. Ian, anything?
No, I do think really most of all, I'm so glad to see the ski resort in Mountain Village and Telluride kind of taking a really good collaborative, holistic approach to all of the challenges that we have. And, thank you for being a part of it and being willing to come to the table, pretty consistently all the time to find solutions to all the things that we're working on.
Thank you.
Geneva?
I don't have any questions. I look forward to our first planning meetings, or I guess that is a question for Scott. Are these meetings going to be just with staff in Telski and then a presentation of the public, or are we all kind of running this sort of similar ways we did to the Southwest Area Plan meetings, where we'll have lots of evening meetings for the public to get involved from the start, or what's the trajectory?
Yeah, it's a good question. I have to say we're so early on in just having sat down with the design workshops team and two organizations that we haven't really laid out kind of a longer term meeting schedule. My sense, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, is that we'll have a couple sit downs at a minimum with design workshops and kind of work through, at maybe what level we want to plan in this particular effort? Is this generally a feasibility plan? Are we getting down to more detail of that and how that kind of the public and council interaction looks like? I have to say, we're just so early in on the process. We haven't framed that out yet, but Chad, I don't know if you've got anything to add to that.
Yeah, first of all, we're completely open as to how to do it, but given our own devices and just working with staff, I think we thought we would come up with some, we've got all the site constraints figured out. We've got some of the goals, some of the ideas figured out, and we thought we would come up with some preliminary ideas for discussion so that we're not starting from a blank sheet of paper. We are hopeful that those should be coming in within the next 30 days. And then I think if staff thought it was appropriate, your staff thought it was appropriate, we would love to do a work session or meet with the council members that are the most interested in working on the planning. Whatever process you guys feel is appropriate, we're happy to engage in.
And so, and it's useful that we have, certainly from the town side, the Southwest Area Plan in place, significant public process behind that, and council adopted. So I think generally the design workshops and TSG is pretty transparent what the town's general vision is for that area. Obviously, that was a bit of a hole in the donut, if you will, in that planning effort, and that TSG was not, their vision was not part of that larger piece. And that's kind of what this effort is right now, is to layer the two organizations and the community's vision on that. And I think this is the great next step. But again, our Southwest Area Plan will provide the roadmap generally for us. I would anticipate there hasn't been a lot that has changed necessarily in the town's needs over the last 2 years now since that's been adopted. So that'll serve as our general roadmap, and then reflect, again, hopefully reflect shared goals here as we continue to fill in the color between the lines, if you will.
So unless we get direction, otherwise we'll plan on working with staff to get some concepts down and some ideas. And then once staff thinks that's in a position to share with council, we'll share that in any way as appropriate in a work session, separately meeting, combination, whatever works for council.
Lars, anything? Thanks again, Chad, so much. And I think what you just said, your last statement, is the most logical way to proceed.
Great. Thank you. Good talking to you all.
Thanks, John.
Our next item is 1B, discussion regarding proposed major festival event involving a music concert, 1 or 2 nights, by Neil Young in Town Park sometime between August 14th, 2023 and August 20th, 2023. Have Stephanie Jacquet to help us with this item, and they're not technically applicants yet, but the presenters are in the room with us, Steve Gumble and Courtney McClary Young.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Town Council. Stephanie Jacquet, Parks and Rec Director. I'll introduce the item and just want to put a few things on the front end, that this is a preliminary discussion. No action is going to be taken. It's just to have a discussion about how you want to proceed with the request. We also have minimal information at this point, so there is not a full analysis done by staff in terms of impacts on the park, impacts on the community, impacts on other special events happening that time of the year. So it is a high-level discussion. But the proposal was first communicated on May 11th, and that was immediately following a call from Neil Young's agent to Steve Gumble with SPG Productions. So this has developed in less than 2 weeks from today, and we are thankful to have a quick discussion with you all pretty soon after the request was made. What is being requested is a major event, maximum capacity of 9,000 people per day, consisting of a 1 or 2 night concert by Neil Young in Town Park sometime between August 24th and August 20th of this year. The music is proposed to end by 10 p.m., which is within the established curfew for Town Park. And there's a letter in the packet outlining the request by Steve Gumble. For background, this request is very similar, both in terms of timeline and what's being requested, as 2016. And at that point, there was an initial work session in May, and then the request went through the typical approval process of Parks and Rec Commission, case and back to town council and was ultimately approved for a 2-night concert September 30th and October 1st. And I included the packet materials from that town council approval in 2016 for reference, in addition to staff's debrief notes for the concerts that occurred that year. There are talking points in your memo, which are pretty broad, once again, because we don't have an application or a specific request at this point. But staff would recommend that there be discussion about timeframe for an application and receiving more specific event details. The existing 2023 medium and major festival schedule, specifically occurring in Town Park, that's listed in your memo. And the period of time between Jazz and Blues and Brews, there's 4 medium and major events, including what's being proposed in Town Park between mid-August and September. So that would be Jazz Festival, August 11th to the 13th, proposed concert, which is what we're talking about today, sometime in mid-August, Film Festival, August 29th to September 4th, and Blues and Brews Festival, September 14 to 16. There's also overlapping events on the case calendar, which is the Mushroom Festival, August 16th to the 20th, and they are on town park property, both in Town Park and the pocket parks around town, and some campground use as well. And then the Telluride Reserve event, which is occurring in Mountain Village on August 17th and 20th. Those are both overlapping on the case calendar. And then I think a preliminary discussion about the event organizers' plan for mitigating impacts of the proposed event and the crowd size. And I don't think they have exact plans at this point, but a general discussion about camping, parking, transportation, emergency response, crowd management, medical services, sanitation, resource recovery, and also the ticket structure. As you all know, a local ticket program has been discussed and is implemented for this year's festival. So talking about what that might look like if this was to continue through the process. And then law enforcement and emergency services input. And Josh Compt is on Zoom, I believe, he's traveling today, but he has some input to share as well. So your memo at the end also includes a recommended review process if you decide to proceed with the request. And that could happen pretty quickly here and in compliance with the town's special event policies for a new event, which would include Parks and Rec Commission consideration of the request to use Town Park on the proposed dates. The commission is agreeable to a special meeting because they just met last week. So that could happen in late May if desired. And that would be specifically looking at use of Town Park, including the campground and other Town Park facilities, and hopefully more specificity on date and setup plan so that we can do a full analysis of the park impacts. June 7th is a regular meeting of the case board, and that would be to consider the calendar date application, which we don't have at the moment, but that would be the second or the third step, including today. And then it could get back to town council as early as June 13th for a major event being applied for after the spring of 2022 deadline. You would need to create an exemption via resolution from the advance notice of impacts in the municipal code. So that would be a final step. And that was what was done in 2016. And I included that resolution in your packet, and it included some conditions as well. So that is, if you decide you want to proceed with the request, that's the timeline that staff would recommend, with upcoming meetings scheduled with the exception of Parks and Rec, which would be a special meeting.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
Thank you, Stephanie. I think we will hear from the presenters. I'm trying not to say applicants because there's no application yet. To reiterate, there is no application yet. This is a work session.
Correct. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Appreciate you taking the time to listen to this on such a quick timeline. And unfortunately, that's how this business often works. Not a lot of advanced planning like festivals. So Stephanie was obviously very thorough in kind of giving you all the information of how it has played out to this point. May 11th, I got a phone call from Neil Young's agent and saying Neil really wants to play Telluride again, which is a feather in our cap, obviously, but presents challenges and always they want to know immediately, but they can't give us any information. But they did express interest. They gave us a rough timeline. When I asked whether it was Neil solo or Neil band, she could not even answer that. So there's potential that this will not happen at all, but regardless, they are interested in playing Telluride in that time frame. So I felt we weren't searching to do this, but I think we're very fortunate as a mountain community. Neil Young's not calling Aspen, Neil Young's not calling Vail, but he did call Telluride. So I felt it was my duty to at least present it to the community and let you guys decide. I immediately called Stephanie. She was kind enough to take a call that evening to give her a heads up. This was coming down the pike, and she quickly we came up with this time frame very quickly, and it made the most sense to both of us. Within an hour, I had a email from Stephanie that evening outlining all the potential conflicts and other events that were happening in that window that I was requesting. The stage and the ball fields are available with some sports happening, but I immediately got that evening Stephanie gave me every email of everyone and that could potentially be impacted, and those that aren't, including events that in Mountain Village. And we reached out to everyone to say, hey, this is happening, and that it looks like we will be in front of town council. I just wanted to give everyone that could potentially be impacted heads up. And so here we are today to kind of see what the pulse is of this. Stephanie outlined the procedure process, and outside of Parks and Rec having to have a special meeting, which Courtney met with them last week, and they were willing to do so. We have a process. Neil Young's management knows the process and understands that June 13th would be the earliest that we would have a decision on this. And that doesn't give us a lot of time to sell tickets and promote this event. This is a similar timeline, as Stephanie mentioned, to 2016, except for the event was 6 weeks. It was 6 weeks later, so we have concerns about that, but nonetheless, when Neil Young's says he wants to play Telluride, we have to at least, I feel we have to at least consider it, and it may be right and it may be not, but I'm presenting the opportunity to you, and you can take it from here.
Thanks, Steve. I did want to mention, because this probably has slipped under some of council's radar, but we did receive some public comment last night and this morning that should be, I think it is in the document center, from Mushroom Festival folks. So I just wanted to clarify with you, when you say you reached out to everyone, they are saying that no one reached out to any of them. And I do see that Matt Guertin is on the line. I just, before that maybe blows up.
I just got off the phone with Matt, but
Okay.
I did reach out to Matt on May 12th, and he just found that email this morning. Stephanie made me aware that Mushroom Festival had not heard from us, which I did reach out. Unfortunately, they it was in their spam or something. And I spoke to Matt this morning as well, briefly right before this meeting and not in depth. And there's, there's obviously going to be there's concerns on their part, camping being one of them. In 2016, we did not sell out the campground. We did not have zone 1, did we?
You had, zone 1 secured, I believe, but did not.
Did not use it, yeah. Yeah, so we did not sell out camping. We would block off. We do have zone 1 meeting, depending on how this meeting goes. Lance wanted to wait until this meeting to put us on their agenda. We could get zone 1. We could coexist with Mushroom, and in a sense, just talking with Matt, they have an issue with camping and their attendees not being able to get camping. And I think that's a factor of that the campground, the minute it becomes available, sells out to tourism, just to people coming. They reserve the campground. We would request a date of windows. We would be more than happy to include Mushroom, assuming Stephanie would agree to this, but we would share that block with the Mushroom Festival. We did immediately reach out to the lodging community. Right now, to this date, they're tracking about 5% ahead of last year for those dates. And last year, occupancy rate was at 48% that weekend. And they are tracking a little bit ahead of that. So there's a little over 10,000 pillows in the town of Telluride, according to the tourism. I'm trying to say Tom Watkinson, but so there's quite a few pillows out there. And with camping, the thing that I have no control over is the price of lodging. And I think that should be a concern for us as a community, and that's a whole nother discussion. But this will probably drive some lodging prices if it's even possible for them to go any higher than they already are. But
That's always possible.
it seems like, yeah. So I will have further discussions with Matt. I did not reach out to Art Good Times. I understood he was a little upset that we did not reach out to him, but I reached out to every single person that I was told should probably that might have an impact or should at least be aware of this request. Art wasn't on that list, and I apologize for that. I didn't even think about that, but I did reach out to Matt. Unfortunately, he didn't get it until this morning. He went into his spam archive folder and found the email, and I since have spoken to him on the phone. And we will have further discussions.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that out there
Yeah.
early in the conversation.
I did contact everyone. I just want to make sure everyone did know that I did contact it. Unfortunately, the Mushroom Festival did not respond, and not everyone responded. So I didn't even think for a follow-up email.
While we're in this vein, in your letter that went into the packet, it said that the only person you had heard back from was Justin Chandler for soccer. Since then, besides Mushroom, have you heard back?
Yes, we heard back. Who's doing the
That was referenced in the letter, I believe.
and the soccer no, the other camp.
The adult soccer tournament,
Yeah, what is
Alfredo?
Alfredo responded, and he's just like, we're not using town park. We don't have any issues. So
And just to clarify points of contact, Parks and Rec, really hard to have a single point of contact for events and for recreation camps and programs. So we provide Matt, who is our main contact when it comes to town town property use for Mushroom Festival. So just wanted to clarify that. And then the campground, since there was a lot of discussion about that, we implemented rolling reservations this year. So we have not opened reservations for the time period that's being discussed. We're scheduled to do that on June 5th, and that's a date that's been very public. And people are planning accordingly, especially the Mushroom Festival attendees. So we're scheduled to open the block of time between Jazz and Blues and Brews Festival for public reservations. We are holding 8 campsites this year for Mushroom Festival staff and volunteers. So just, I think you all are aware that that's a pilot program that we're trying this year, helping out small events who do use Town Park. And so we do have 8 reserved for specifically for their staff and volunteers, which will be withheld, although their camping demands are much higher than that for their attendees.
Do you have any numbers? Has Mushroom Festival provided any numbers as far as how many campsites they generally would use each year?
We can ask them if you'd like. I mean,
didn't know if they
we don't
submitted
know
that.
that they're
Okay.
specifically tied to it. We know the volunteers has been a big need in the past, and they will be maximizing those 8 sites with full capacity, which is 6 people. So, but I can't tell you on attendees because we don't track that.
And they're the ones that requested the 8 sites specifically, that number? Or-
That was our maximum that we made available for events,
I'm sure they
and
take them all if they're-
yes, so we are trying to find the line between public use and it's not just tourism, it's locals like to use the campground as well. So we're trying to find that line, but also help small events who are feeling the impacts of the cost and availability of lodging. So
Perfect.
Questions for staff or the presenters? My only concern, and I feel like this is deja vu, is the range of dates, which I totally get. I guess my basic question would be, if through the course of today or in the next couple of weeks, someone says, we're interested, but you can only do it on Monday or Tuesday, and you went back to their people and simply said, these are the only 2 dates available. Do you want to do it or not? I know that we bow down to certain individuals because it is an opportunity for us, yet if we have an entire town, I'm just curious how that feels.
I mean, I think they have to understand that there's, you know, that they have to make a decision here very quick, and they're aware of that. You know, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work for them. It's a big machine that they are firing up. Really, I don't think Neil has toured since the pandemic and refused to, didn't have any interest in trying to tour. So this could potentially be one of his first shows. I did speak to his agent yesterday to try to get some more details from her. And she said, assume the band, but that means nothing. She wants you to go big or go home. So, you know, solo is a much different animal. And they aren't willing to, they don't know. She said the artist does not know. But as of yesterday, she goes, assume the band. So they want that. They want us to be prepared for that. If I come back to her and say, these are the dates, those are the dates. If they, you know, like I was saying, it's a big machine. They have to route. There's timing, staffing, tour buses, all of that stuff. If in fact they're taking this out as a tour, which I haven't even heard of that yet. If it doesn't work within their schedule, they're going to say it doesn't work, and that they will move on.
And I guess the other reasoning in my thought process with that over the last night after seeing some of these comments is the infrastructure will largely already be there. And if it is a full band production, I think it would also benefit SPG Productions to a large extent.
There are some advantages, and there are some disadvantages to it, but yeah, there a lot, you know, our sound company will be here. Our sound company for jazz is not adequate for the sound for Neil Young, but they can come prepared for Neil Young. You know, we don't even know if they're bringing in their own, they brought in their own lighting rig last time, but yes, there's definitely some advantage to the fencing is here. There's definitely some advantage to play off of jazz. How much I can't say. It just depends on the dates and working with Stephanie, who's been great and allowing us to, when we've done this in the past, but it doesn't, there's certain things that just will not cross over, but you are correct when you say that.
Dan, did you?
Yes.
Okay.
So for Stephanie, in other discussions around another major festival with proposal of a change of date, one of the concerns was impacts to the field. Now, those proposed dates were much later in the summer season, and obviously it would be a different situation. But in your experience and expertise, would back to back festivals or major events like this potentially have some of those same challenges and impacts to the ball fields there?
It all depends on the weather. So jazz used to always rain, and then they moved back a weekend further out into August. It still rains.
Still rain.
It used to rain a lot during Blues and Brews. It hasn't rained too much during Blues and Brews in the past. Generally speaking, a concert is much shorter duration of time of people in the park and on the fields than a full day festival, multi-day festival. So if the weather is wet going into jazz, is wet at jazz, there will be no time for the fields to dry out before additional impact. And then we are in soccer season. The proposed dates is the last week of summer before school starts. So we're in camps and adult soccer league on the fields, and adult soccer's on our largest field, Bear Creek, which has a large footprint during soccer season, larger than during softball season. So I think in terms of impacts on recreation outside the weather and outside potential damage, it really depends on the concert configuration and setup plan. If there's no VIP tent set on the field, if EMT tent is set back, then we can likely use the fields during the day and outside of concert time. But if there's more infrastructure on the fields for the event, then that's going to directly impact what can coexist both during the daytime and other times. Generally speaking, the weekdays, there'll be more impacts if we can't use the fields. If a concert was to be on the weekdays, then in the weekend. But it all depends on how the field's set up, and hopefully they will work with us on that to minimize the impacts. But yeah, in terms of potential damage, it depends on the weather, which I can't predict. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're in monsoon now, so
Yes,
maybe it will
and
be very different.
We didn't really have an opportunity for the fields to dry going into softball season, so it only takes a little bit of moisture to result in potential damage or rescheduling of games. So if this continues, then yeah, it's a lot of impact. And then just generally speaking, the cumulative effect of already adjusting programming for Jazz Festival and then potentially extending that into the next week or beyond is just another factor that Parks and Rec Commission will want to talk about, and what I'm assuming we'll have participant input on. But there are summer camps during the day that can likely coexist. And then the adult soccer league is what would have some relocations or cancellations, which is already impacted during Jazz. I took that a little further than.
No, I
Use
appreciate
of
all this
fields.
information. No, this is, there's a lot of context and it's all important. So thank you. And on that note of context, my assumption, and correct me if this assumption is wrong, Steve, my assumption, the most preferable dates for you would likely be the 18th and 19th. You're trying to do the Friday and Saturday.
I mean, we're a destination resort, destination town. It's a lot to get here. They might not even be able to do that. They mentioned something about the 19th, they might not be able to do. But you know, these are 30-second phone conversations or 3-word emails from them. That's the extent of communication. I am concerned about midweek, but I don't, I don't think it's impossible. Any promoter would say the weekends, better.
Exactly. Yeah, again, my
It's
assumption,
yeah,
pick and
your
fails are gonna
assumption-
be
Your
easier.
assumption is correct, but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean there's concerts every day of the week, so.
Sure. And with that, to you, Stephanie, how do you have an initial reaction for staff capacity during that time period with weekend after weekend after weekend? Major events? What is the ability to manage that staff burnout, staff capacity again in general?
I appreciate the question. I think it's not preferable, but it's manageable. And the marshals might want to weigh in on that because it's not just town park staff. It's so I don't know if Josh is able to speak, but he definitely wanted to weigh in on his staffing levels with regards to another major event.
Yeah, he's, I know Josh tied up in Montrose, I think, for meetings this morning, but I would say our marshals department has our typical concerns on any event of just how many backups we can get from other police and marshals and sheriffs. That's nothing new here. Again, it is I shouldn't say useful. It is easier for us to staff up around a concert, a day or two concert, than a multi-day festival. There's no doubt about that. And this is quite different than a festival. So we can manage, but yeah, like any of these, it will be a lift. But at the same time, certainly this is a unique opportunity for the community.
Josh does have his hand up.
Oh, he
so,
does. Oh, good.
If we could hear from Josh, that would be great.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'll just kind of follow up to what Scott said a little bit. I mean, it kind of sounds like a broken record here in that obviously staffing is always an issue, and trying to find reserves for this would be no different. I think, trying to find the reserves, a month away from Blues and Brews, which we already have a handful of reserves scheduled for, could be problematic. Obviously the difference between trying to find staffing for a weekend may be a little bit easier than a weekday, just given our reserves are all currently employed officers at other agencies that may have work schedules during the week. There is the possibility of looking to surrounding agencies to see if they can assist as well, but I won't really have a good firm answer on that until we can get maybe locked into closer dates as well. And even from the reserve standpoint, I mean, having staff at the festival is one thing, but our reserves also come in very handy with the large influx of people that then head into town after the festival or the event would end at 9 or 10. And trying to handle, 5,000 to 10,000 extra people potentially in town with a very limited staff could be problematic. Speaking with Stephanie, it looks like in 2016 we had 2 arrests that were on grounds, if I'm remembering correctly. And while it's not a significant number, given staffing issues, that could take 1 to 2 officers out of the field for a couple hours, which if we're already low officers, that's just going to remove 2 more while they go through the booking process of taking them to jail. But again, I mean, we'll do our best to accommodate whatever council and staff's decision is here, but staffing is a concern of mine.
And I might add to that, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, from a general model standpoint, I think as reserves become more challenging and we're always at some level of a couple staff down within marshals in a lot of departments nowadays, it seems like. I think we're looking to the event managers in general to bring in a bit more on the security side privately so that we can continue to focus our staff as much as possible on the rest of the community. And as Chief said, make sure as we're having incidents go down in the rest of town, we've got some level of staffing out there. So any additional private security, if you will, that can be brought to bear by the events is generally a good thing for us. And we're very early in that conversation, but we need to make sure we've got folks out in the field, obviously.
Thanks for that, Josh and Scott and Stephanie. Geneva.
Yeah, I think this is an exciting opportunity, but I also do really sympathize with Mushroom Fest I think that there could be some synergy between the 2 groups, but will more likely be impactful on this traditional weekend that Mushroom Fest has had of a more mellow vibe in town. So I personally would be in favor of saying okay to the Monday, Tuesday option, but I don't feel great about encroaching on Mushroom Fest's 43rd, 44th, whatever year it is. Year of owning that weekend in town. But I love concerts.
Did I see a nod?
No, I was just, no, no reaction at this moment.
Okay. Any
So
other?
far, haven't heard from the public yet.
Yeah. And it's a work session and we don't always do that, but I do see that Matt, and I apologize, Matt, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Matt Guertin, is on the line from Mushroom Festival. I didn't recognize any other names specifically from any of the other events or anything.
Yeah, it's Girton, but you were pretty close. Close enough, closer than most. Evan Iverson is also here, representing Mushroom Festival.
I'm sorry, Evan. Okay, great. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our notes are probably in your packet. And so our biggest concerns are just obviously an influx of, 6,000 to 9,000 people coming into the town and what that does for our current operations. We've already sold out our festival. I think we have 60 tickets left of 650, and we have another 400 to 500 people that just come and camp and attend the free workshops and events. And I guess our biggest concerns are just if you put in, 6,000 new people for Telluride, the town campground sells out pretty much straight away. And it's just going to push more and more people into the Matterhorn and to, all the different campgrounds surrounding Telluride and those areas. And I fear that a lot of our attendees won't be able to find space or find different places to camp and to lodge themselves. So it's obviously a new thing. I mean, it just came up for us, so we're still trying to wrap our heads around what this all looks like. We also have the parade on Saturday, in which we basically shut down the town and everyone dresses up as mushrooms, as you guys all know. And if there's an event concert ending that night or the night before, and I can just imagine a huge cluster of people trying to get out, and navigating that sounds like chaos. So yeah, I just, those are the things that first came up for us. And, obviously we're trying to do right by anyone else that wants to get involved with different things in Telluride, but those were the first things that came up for us. And I'm happy to answer any questions too that you have for me.
Thanks, Matt. Does anybody have a specific question for Matt?
I mean, I just maybe have I guess this is a question for Matt. Do you think that if we made the choice as a council to amend sort of the reserved camping in town park limit for this weekend and reserved much more of it for Mushroom Fest attendees, that the majority of your concerns would be taken care of?
I mean, first, it's kind of hard to reserve for just our people. I don't know how you guys would do that, but it would obviously help. But the majority of our attendees are definitely going to be camping, and that's, the upper end of 500 or 600 people. So I don't know how well that would work with, Stephanie and the parks crew, but it would definitely help us. But I do see a lot of, a huge influx of many thousands of people to also cause a lot of other unforeseen kind of, congestion within the town, and then all the other, events happening with us that weekend. Because I, if people come even Monday and Tuesday, it's a far pilgrimage to get to Telluride, as you guys all know. So most people are probably going to stay for, 4 or 5 days, especially when they see how many mushrooms are outside. And I can see that might also, kind of like overflow into our festival.
So just to clarify on the camping, do you have like past numbers of the the campers that you have had in Town Park in the past? Do you have any history there?
As far as our attendees,
Yes.
I don't have any of that information. I mean, the majority of emails that I get is because the town park usually sells out in the first couple minutes. Most people are like, hey, where else can I camp because I didn't get into town park. So I imagine the majority of our attendees are trying to get in, but only a certain amount actually get those reservations.
So during Mushroom Festival, historically, it was first come, first served, typical capacity, which is roughly 250 people if every site is full, with the maximum number of people allowed per site, which is 6 for the vehicle sites and 4 for the primitive or walk-in sites. During the proposed concert, during Jazz Festival, during Bluegrass and Blues and Brews, when the event leases the campground from the town and they are responsible for managing it, they get increased capacity. So Mushroom's never been eligible for that, given their limited use of Town Park, because we need to kind of draw the line somewhere, or else the town is never managing the campground, which wouldn't be the worst thing sometimes, but we want to make it available to the public. And so we don't track what Mushroom's usage is. We know that there are a lot of Mushroom attendees and volunteers in there, and I know they're going to maximize their 8 sites for their volunteers this year, which 8 sites times 6 people is a good amount of volunteers and staff. So I think if there was a talk about allowing Mushroom into potentially a campground leased by them, there's a lot of logistics there in terms of wristbands, parking. Obviously increased capacity of the campground triggers a whole parking plan and off-site cars being parked because we can't accommodate more than a certain number during those expanded capacity times. And then if zone 1 is being considered, that has been capped at 400 for existing events. I don't know what open space would be looking at there, but main campground would be 600. Zone 1 could be up to 400. Warner Field is not in play here. And given all this field use and everything else, that would be our suggestion as well, because that has not been granted to newer events for camping. It's only the historic Bluegrass and Blues and Brews use. And I don't believe they're contemplating Warner Field, but that could be an additional 400, which staff is definitely not recommending.
Can I ask one other question? Of Mushroom Festival, what's the use? I noticed that in the letter, it said that you guys are using Town Park specifically for events. What is the use and timing of that usage?
We only have the town malls. Town Park is, we overflow into that from the parade on Saturday. So at about usually a half an hour, starts at 4. So around 4:30 or 5 p.m. is when kind of an overflow of all the Mushroom Parade people go into the Town Park kind of area right to the, what is that, North Town Park. And that's where our drum circle and everything kind of like terminates and dancing and stuff happens. So that's the only time that we're using that area.
And that's the core area. And it lasts for more than a short amount of time.
So like 4:30 to 6, 4:30 to 7.
Amanda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
6:30.
6:30.
They can go long.
Okay. Is that something, sorry, I don't know, is that something that SBG feels like they can accommodate?
Yes.
Outside the perimeter.
Great.
It actually flows into Neil Young, you know.
Fair.
I think in 2016, Neil started at 6:30. And we foresee a similar timeline. They're aware of the curfew. And if I may, to kind of talk about the camping, we're more than happy to work with Matt. And I think if in historical perspective, they've only had access to 250 campsites. And we don't know the amount of Mushroom people that take them. But if Stephanie allows us to go to our larger capacity, plus if open space will allow zone 1, we surely can accommodate what our attendance was in 2016 and almost, ensure that most of the mushroom people that would want camping would get camping because they've only had access to 250 in the past, and obviously they are not getting 100% of the campground. So this might be an opportunity to have reserved camping. I don't want to speak out of turn. I think Stephanie's correct there. It opens up a lot of other additional questions, but I think they all can be addressed. We would have to work out an agreement with Mushroom Festival, but we would take over the monitoring of their attendees in the campground and the parking and all of that, because we have that infrastructure in place anyway. So I really think in a sense, this might be a better situation for them for camping, if we include them, and understanding that in the past, they've only had access to 250 at 100% capacity of mushroom people in the park. So, I think there's some actual benefits here if they were to be along with us in the campground. But
And to reiterate, correct me if I'm wrong, Stephanie. So this is the first year, again, we've allowed for policy for medium-sized events to camp their volunteers and staff in the park. We've granted Mushroom Fest, which would be 25% of the total capacity of the campground, is already carved out for mushroom staff
For
and
staff and
volunteers.
volunteers,
Right.
yeah. And just to kind of reiterate, and it probably wasn't clear from my presentation, but historic uses of town park, like the core area, like the parade, like the malls, which aren't being proposed to be used, but even the camps and stuff that have already been approved are definitely things that Parks and Rec is supporting and wants to either coexist, or promoters and event organizers have worked to relocate those to a perhaps better situation in some case. So those are the discussions that happen at Parks and Rec Commission. Usually there's a lot of discussions in advance, which Steve's already started that process, but obviously there needs to be more. Getting people to work together, and then when it gets to the case level, if it does, as Delaney knows, there's a lot of discussion and urging applicants to talk ahead of time and come up with some kind of plan to coexist if possible. And if not possible, then there's criteria that each board has on how to make decisions. So there's a lot of existing uses, which I think can coexist depending on the time and the day of the event and the setup of the event. But if they can't, there's definitely a respect of the historic and currently approved events over a more last minute request.
There is another hand up from a representative from Mushroom. Would you all like me to, could you please unmute Dan Collins?
Thanks, Delaney. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Dan Collins here. I'm the president of the Telluride Institute, which you may know hosts the Telluride Mushroom Festival. And that's just want to reiterate that we are a historic festival, having been going for some 40 years, since about 2007 in the town of Telluride, as a formal Telluride Institute event. And I really appreciate the dialogue and the idea of expanding the camping possibilities. I think that's really going to help us out a lot. We do, I don't think we qualify as even a moderately sized festival. I mean, we're well less than 1,000 people, but that's part of the vibe. I think Geneva really hit the nail on the head that there's a different vibe in the scale of our festival and the sense of serving the hometown community with an event that can be relied on for every year, that connects the natural world with the community, with forays out in the forest and then coming back to Elks Park and having that small scale venue that allow people to kind of interact on a one-to-one level. It's just a very different vibe, a different scale. I mean, we're all big Neil Young fans. There's no question about that. It's just more what's appropriate and who gets run over in this process. I could see a Monday, Tuesday being workable. Absolutely. I think that makes sense. If that falls within Neil Young's window, that would be My choice, I'm not speaking for the Institute yet. We just haven't had time to really collect our thoughts, but that seems to be a workable compromise. I mean, staffing, okay, so that's tough for them to do it during the week, but that seems like a small issue for such an event with such large stakes. We do have major players like Dr. Andrew Weil is coming this year as a major keynote, and some of you know him as a major voice in health and wellness. And then last year, in years past, we've had Paul Stamets. So this is a major international festival that's drawing people from Latin America, from Europe, from Asia. And even though it's small in numbers, it really is very impactful. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Dan. We're a little bit over. I don't see any more hands up, so I wanted to try to bring it back up here. Again, this is a work session. This is us just determining where we stand on basically yes or no, does this go through the further process? It goes to Parks and Rec at a special meeting. It then goes to CASE. And Stephanie just described the parameters of those decisions made at each of those boards. And then it would ultimately come back up to town council because it's outside the scope of the deadlines for this stuff. June 13th being the date on the table. Just to put this out there, the next available council date for a regular meeting is July 11th, which is pretty close to when this could all occur. I think that it would behoove us to just take a pulse here to see where we are with whether or not we think this should even go forward. I am with Geneva from my gut that Monday and Tuesday would probably be ideal. However, I'm extremely intrigued with the minds that are working on this and potential assistance that an existing smaller festival could garner from the expertise and infrastructure of a larger production company that has a lot of knowledge in this regard to make things work more smoothly. You still where you were earlier?
I think that the biggest difference for Mushroom Fest for protecting, like Dan said, the vibe is not having 6,000 people in town.
Yeah, I agree. Like my gut
Straight
is
up,
Monday,
even though I
Tuesday.
think that the camping thing could really work out for them for a lot of reasons. It is two very different groups of people. And I just feel weird allowing something bigger to come on what's their weekend, even though I definitely want this to happen.
But do you think
But
that
Dan
the
spoke
press,
about it. He said we're all Neil Young fans. I don't think it's two very different set of people. I think they're coming to Telluride for different reasons, but there might be a similar interest in all being together.
do we think
Dan
they'll
also said he only wanted Monday, Tuesday.
He didn't say only,
preferred?
preferred.
Do we want to see this go forward? I think yes, let it go through the process because I have trust in the boards and commissions, and then ultimately it comes back to town council for final decision. I think the process should play out and they talk to each other.
I think that them talking to each other is, the next step for sure.
And Lars, you said thumbs up to going forward with the process.
Yeah, go forward with the process. I do think that there's collaboration, and I think we should give special accommodation for the campground and use of camping to Mushroom Fest people. Maybe make some special rule in this one-off circumstance to, I assume the Mushroom Fest has the emails, since most people bought their tickets virtually, reach out to those people first, since especially the date for the opening of reservations is June 5th. If I'm remembering your comment correctly, Stephanie, for the campground.
For the town operation of the campground on those dates, yeah.
Yes, so we could preempt final approval of Neil Young and give first priority to Mushroom Fest people to help accommodate that and compromise somewhat there, but also exploring potential options of the Monday, Tuesday dates instead of the weekend. Long story short, yes, continue with the process.
And continue with the process.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say I don't have any problem with any of the dates. I think that the two events can work together.
I didn't even bring up, and it was in my notes, June 5th is the day that the public online sale for the campground goes on. And that is, I guess, more of an internal administrative concern at this point of if we have to put out a blast to alert people that that will be in fact delayed now.
Well, so we can hold sites from reservation, and dates. But I think just from my perspective and the Parks and Rec Department and the commission, trying to narrow those dates sooner than later, rather than hold 7 nights of camping from the public, knowing that it's gonna fall earlier in the week or later in the week. This co-management and overlapping of the campground between the 2 events, I think makes sense if the events overlap. But if for some reason you end up early in the week for the concert and then the typical dates for Mushroom, then that's not a scenario where co-management would work necessarily. So I think I'm hearing some people want to push towards early in the week so that the overlap is less. But then that there could be some synergy and in overlapping events with campground benefits, which would be for 1 year only. I just want to put that out there. I mean, expanded camping for Mushroom would be a great benefit, but not something that would likely make sense in the future, given our policies.
I don't think it's for us to decide if there's synergy between their events. I think it's for Mushroom Fest and SPG to figure out together. And I think we're getting a little too in the
Yeah.
weeds on that. It seems like it would be useful to give them some more concrete
June
feedback
June
other
1st.
than
Let everybody
let it
know.
go through the process to go back to Neil Young's team and say, hey, it's this or it's not, so that they can further their negotiations. So I'm resistant to being like, yeah, go to Parks and Rec, because then that starts a, however many week process.
So I know I saw your hand up and I saw your hand up. What I would like to see is some type of a deadline of sorts for the 2 entities who need to find this synergy or not, to come up with an answer. And then prior to what's the date of the?
Well, Parks and Rec
Rec.
identified May 31st, which means the packet goes out on Friday of this week. So, and that means an application, which I don't already have in hand.
Yeah.
We're trying to stay ahead of the June 7th and the June
Yeah.
13th meetings. But I mean, just in terms of setting up your boards and commissions for success,
Yes.
having information and staff being able to do analysis and do proper outreach. I mean, just if there's any kind of direction on dates.
This
or,
Friday morning at 9 a.m.
that's when the packet goes out.
What time? The packet goes out at what time?
The packet needs to go out by noon,
Okay.
and we need time to
What would
receive an
staff's-
application.
What would staff's ideal date for having some kind of an answer on this? Thursday?
So when you say answer, what do you?
An answer of what
What's
the application is going to say.
Well, the application can be incredibly broad like it was in 2016. And then staff's analysis will be very broad and worst case scenario, best case scenario. That takes a lot of analysis. I gave them a heads up that if it moves forward from today, that I would want an application by the end of day tomorrow. So whether they have time to nail down specific dates or they keep it broad and we just continue to talk about a large range of dates, then we'll move forward with that process too.
To respect staff's time and to respect just everybody's time, because it is a short timeline. I feel like end of day tomorrow is kind of fast. I feel like end of day Wednesday maybe, because that gives the players
That's
time to
tomorrow.
talk. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thursday.
Okay, then we'll be pushing the Parks and Rec
Yeah, I
special
mean, I
meeting
don't know
out,
what to
which
say.
is
It's
okay.
all
We
very
can push
fast.
the Parks and Rec special meeting further out, but staff
Steve.
needs time to do
What
it.
do you want by the end of day, Wednesday or Thursday, excuse me?
I think staff would prefer by end of day tomorrow, which is Wednesday. What your application is going to look like, and to set our boards up for success. Then. I think you're hearing from at least a couple people, Monday, Tuesday seems ideal unless some synergy can be found with the other players.
I do want to speak to that, and Monday would be virtually impossible. The infrastructure, although will be there for jazz, that's peripheral infrastructure, but the sound system and the lighting system for Neil Young is much different than jazz. And that will be physically impossible to switch over in one day. Tuesday on is much more realistic. So I want to kind of get this Monday, Tuesday. Give you kind of a sense of reality that Monday is probably not likely.
Personally, I would like the boards and commissions to feel empowered to do what they do. And that I would appreciate staff weighing in on what the administrative complications are, because only you really know what those are, to try to get all of the players involved to set everybody up for success.
Well,
I would-
an application is a setup schedule,
Yeah.
even if it's a range
I
that
know.
shifts, and it's a map, because for us to know the impacts on programs and facilities, we don't know what they're thinking in terms of configuration. So I don't think they have either of those
Yeah.
started yet, but
Yes.
okay.
And I think it's going to be broad, but we will work with Mushroom Festival. And everyone else to either come up with, yes, we can coexist, or no, we absolutely cannot, and these are your windows that we are comfortable working with it. I think that's a conversation that cannot happen even by Thursday.
I agree.
So I think our application will be in tomorrow, as Stephanie wants. It will be broad. But it will fall within that window, and if we determine, Matt and I and Courtney and we, that it's just too impactful. That's what these other processes are for them to come and say absolutely not, or us to say, we agree. And that's gonna take a bit of a time to sort of look at the symbiotic relationship that we have. But the application will be in tomorrow. It is just gonna be broad, and then we will work diligently to with Mushroom to see where if there's any middle ground.
And it wouldn't be the first time that an application for Parks and Rec has come forward in a broad sense, and then by the time the meeting occurs, it has been honed down and the presentation becomes more solidified.
They're very, 2016 was very broad, but I've made it very clear that they need to pick dates here, and I will go back to them and say, you know, we're looking at maybe earlier in the week, and it might be better for them. We don't know
Okay.
at this point, but
And the
it will be a
date-
broad application.
And the dates need to include the tear down and the full impacts on
Yeah.
park facilities, which is not in these current dates if
Right.
it was to be a weekend event.
Feel like we're in a good place to move forward with the process. And I would encourage council members to pay attention to the Parks and Recreation meeting when it comes up on the 31st.
Week from tomorrow at noon is what the board, and it could be pushed back to give them more time to hone it in, but it sounds like that's not realistic. So we'll stick with that plan and
Okay. Okay,
Yep.
excellent. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Item 1C is discussion regarding potential ballot measures, and Scott Robson will help us with this item. And there's other players in the room as well, I believe. Thank you.
All
Oh,
right.
Dalton and Jason, great.
Oh, great. Well, thanks for giving us a little bit of time this morning. I asked Kaylee Rant, our finance director, to come up sooner than later, but I don't know if there's anything in front of you right now, but we've got Dalton and Jason on. These are team members from Hilltop, Butler Snow, and we've had great discussions with Magellan Strategies as well around what our strategy may look like going into this fall, in particular, as we look at the infrastructure needs in front of us. And I'll just kind of overview the memo that's in front of council here. But again, as discussed with council on multiple occasions over the last year here, we certainly have identified as town staff significant water supply and wastewater infrastructure needs that really do require new funding sources in the near future here. The need is in addition, of course, to significant funding needs for, some pretty long deferred maintenance and upgrades to our town-owned historic facilities such as Town Hall, the museum, Rebecca Hall, and the Marshall's Building. And additionally, we no doubt have critical street, sidewalk, and other capital improvement projects that have just simply been deferred for a number of years because our capital fund has just not been able to fully cover all those necessary projects, due in part to the significant transfers out of the capital fund to our wastewater fund and other funds over these last few years. So as I discussed here, we've been really fortunate to have great advisory team around us. In addition to input from council, we've had input from Magellan Strategies, Hilltop Securities, and Butler Snow. And really, I think in some good conversations with Kaylee and Colette and our team, that we really are starting to have a strategy come into focus that would, I think, minimize our potential ask to voters in a November 2023 election. We certainly like the idea of a simplified ask and keep as many critical needs funded through our existing capital fund, through our existing budgeted areas where we typically fund capital improvements. We just haven't had the bandwidth to do so in the past handful of years. So in short, that strategy that we're starting to hone in on would involve issuing certificates of participation, COPs, in an amount that could be secured by a maximum of 15% of that current 20% that we carve out for open space historically over the last 30 plus years here. Of course, those are dedicated towards open space, and with the payoff of the valley floor, certainly we've been for a number of months now in discussions around how much of that open space fund could be reallocated to today's critical needs. But by using up to 15% of that 20, knowing that we need at least 5% set aside for open space for current operations and have a bit of a war chest out there for future acquisitions, that certainly could generate a significant amount of revenue towards wastewater and water in particular. And an additional source of revenue on top of those CIPs would be needed to fund that full kind of water infrastructure. And that, again, could take the form of either a mill levy or a sales tax increase. Again, what we're talking about here in these two options of CIPs plus a mill levy or sales tax would all be exclusively dedicated towards water and wastewater needs. And you'll see in your packet here, we're estimating that is upwards of $45 million between the water and wastewater. You would need both buckets of funding really to get there. But we certainly like the idea if we do choose to go to the voters with one of these tools. Now, again, issuance of COPs would not necessitate voter approval, but certainly an increase in mill levy or sales tax would. And we have not increased our sales tax within the town or by town council in 30 years. So it's been a while, and we're starting to hone in on, I think, what our most critical needs are here. But if we went to the voters in the fall, along with issuance of COPs, while that total would not necessarily address those other critical needs of the town, such as historic facilities, accessibility, streets, things along those lines. The good news is that it does, by getting those new funding sources, you then give your capital fund the capacity back to really get after the projects that have been deferred for so long. We have almost over the last couple of years, correct me if I'm wrong, Kaylee, but upwards of $4 million that we're transferring out of that capital fund towards wastewater and other needs. If we pass some new funding measures here, we would have a robust capital fund yet again to really go after those projects that it should be funding. Certainly, it's never been ideal for council or staff to have to make transfers out of capital fund, but that's just the position we've been in. And we think that, again, based on some good data and advice from some of our finance teams, if we got these new funding packages in place, both through voters and through council, that capital fund would be robust once again. And that's the goal we want to get to. Certainly in your memo here, we have included an analysis, a kind of financial analysis of, again, where our needs are from a water and wastewater infrastructure standpoint, what our current funding source options would be here in regards to COPs and sales tax increases, for example. And then you also have in your packet what our possible additional leased property options would be that include the Pandora treatment plant, the pavilion, and Silverjack. These are the assets that we could encumber that are currently unencumbered that would really secure those COPs down the road. So I wanted to, kind of first just articulate that bigger picture of strategy that we think could, again, keep an ask to the voters simplified, relatively small compared to different options, and again, give some strength back to our capital projects fund to really go after the projects that have been deferred for so long. So with that, Kaylee, are there anything, items that you want to walk us through, or our Jason or Dalton here as we kind of look at some of the data that they've all put together, and again, what we have to lean on as far as assets in the future?
Someone just clarify on the second page of the memo, page 30 of the packet. There's a reference to 0.05% sales tax increase, and then in the table it says 0.5%. And are those two separate things?
0.5%.
Okay, just I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Half-cent sales tax, yes. So that's just again for kind of a marker of running those revenues. How much would a half-cent sales tax generate? Again, that's a little over $1 million a year. Over the course of 20-year term could generate upwards of $14.5 million. So,
And Jason also looked at what it would look like if we did a mill levy instead of the sales tax increase. So maybe he can go over that.
that would be great.
Good morning. This is Jason Simmons at Hilltop Securities. Thanks for letting me join you again. And yeah, what we did on the numbers to kind of take a look at this was assuming issuance of a $45 million COP and the average annual payment on that 20-year kind of level debt service is about $3.3 million per year. And then from the guidance from Kaylee and Scott about the repurposed open space revenues, that 15% is about $2.2 million a year. So that kind of leaves an unfunded portion of that average annual payment of just over 1.1 million. And so what we did, we took a look at how many mills that would take and then the sales tax increase to generate that 1.1 million. So it takes over just over 3 mills, 3.18, 3.2 mills from a property tax increase to generate that $1.1 million. And then from a sales tax, as I said, it's about a 0.5 cent sales tax. That's based on your current certified AV and then your current kind of tax base for sales tax collections within the town. These numbers, again, assume a $45 million issuance with some costs on that. We're assuming a 4% interest rate on these COPs. That's about where we would be in today's market. We're actually working with some COPs for another mountain community, and we're going to be right in that 3.75 to 4% range right now in today's market. When we talk to our clients about going to a ballot measure, we may want to build a little bit more interest rate cushion into that. And that would obviously impact either the amount of repurposed open space revenues we'd be looking at and or maybe a slightly higher mill levy increase or sales tax increase. But we do want to, continue that dialogue when we're looking at how we want to put the wording in that question. But again, just from starting analysis, a little over 3.1 mills, almost 3.2, and then a 0.5 cent sales tax would get you that little over $1.1 million that you would need to kind of fill that gap between the projected debt service payments and the repurposed open space revenues.
I will say that, thank you, Jason, that's really helpful. We last month talked to you around our engagement with Magellan Strategies, who is able and willing to get out to the public with a survey around different interest or capacity, if you will, for some different tools. We've held back on asking them to do that until, again, we've got a little more refined strategy in a shorter list of tools. We certainly don't want to send them out with spitballing an incredibly wide range of options that is confusing to public and all of us. So they are ready to do that if we've got some direction from council today, certainly, and are honing in here. As Jason had mentioned, that 3.1 mils versus half-cent sales tax. In all of this, we certainly want to be very cognizant of the landscape out there in regards to the fire district having just passed 4 mils this month. The school district is certainly looking at a mill levy increase in November, it appears as well. So we want to be smart and strategic around that. And again, if we go to the voters, and that's a big if still, I know, that we go with is limited a number and impact is possible. I think that's all of our goal, but it is certainly time, I think, in our financial history to start building some new revenue options and make some progress, not just on our critical needs in wastewater and water, but also start to address some of those long deferred items that our capital fund just has not been able to address.
Neva?
I may have missed, because I missed a portion of one of the last couple meetings. Have we heard from Open Space regarding what their request for how much percentage to keep going directly to open space? Was 5% that like number, or are we just?
Well, yeah, great question. It's been a month since we sat down with Open Space Commission, somewhere in that ballpark. I think we had a really good discussion. I was there along with Lance McDonald, and Lance did a nice job just laying out the capital needs, operational expenses. Certainly, I think we were consolidated on just kind of the numbers in front of us, that 5% would take care of what's necessary from an open standpoint. I think the conversation was still loose in regards to, well, do we want to make a formal recommendation to council? Do we want something higher than 5%? Certainly, they would always like a higher number, but I think certainly from a staff standpoint and analysis of that would be a robust figure to really take care of what we have and still have funds set aside for that capital project that just pops up. And I don't believe we're in a position right now to be building a war chest, if you will. I mean, we're certainly sitting on several $1 million within open space today. I think from a strategic standpoint, we're not feeling like we need to build a huge war chest to be able to go after those acquisition needs that might pop up. We know that there are different levers we can pull within different funds across the town from general fund onward, if that special project popped up. And we would no doubt be working with Great Outdoors Colorado, granting options, Trust for Public Land, other partners where we would be ready to go after something even without continuing to set aside millions of dollars in a war chest for a someday, if you will. So I can say from a staff standpoint, we're very comfortable with that 5% level. Again, we haven't necessarily asked for something formal from Open Space Commission, but their input is certainly important and valuable on this one. But we haven't talked about this one for about a month.
Thanks, Scott. Dan?
I mean, I have some pretty broad level comments. I don't know if we're ready for that now, great.
I think so.
Great. I am inherently opposed to sales tax increases. I think sales taxes are regressive. They disproportionately affect the lowest income members of our community. If we're trying to support the lower class of Telluride, quote unquote, lower class, lower income earners of our town, sales tax increases disproportionately affect them the greatest. And so in general, I would much rather pursue other income streams. I would rather look at other specific excise tax on dining or lodging, or a mill levy. And I feel like those are going to be more equitable and more enable further the working class of Telluride to continue to exist here. It's already incredibly challenging for service industry workers to continue to live here with already extremely high cost of living and disproportionately burdening those people, to me is not what I ran for council for. I ran to be a representative of working class people. I consider myself that. I still live in affordable housing here in the town of Telluride. And I see every day how challenging it is for those people to continue to make it here. And so I do not want to pursue a sales tax increase.
You said comments plural. Was that all of them, or do you
That's
have
it.
another topic?
That's it.
Okay. Anybody else want to jump in? I land usually where Dan lands on sales tax. I know that with the recently passed fire district mill levy and a pending school district mill levy, it feels like a lot all at once, and it is. Up until this new assessment year came to light, Colorado property tax was the third lowest in the entire country as a state. I can't say we're still there because our assessments went up by, the number in my head is 47% on average across the board for residential. I would lean towards a mill levy or an excise tax of some sort as well. I lean more towards a mill levy than an excise tax because the last many ballot measures that have come down the pike in the last, I don't know, 5 to 8 years have largely been in that excise tax realm. And I think people who are visiting are also feeling the pinch. And that is also a concern based on our update from Chad Horning this morning. So that's my take on it. Geneva.
Well, I guess this is a question then. Are these numbers about what certain mill levies would generate in terms of revenue reflective of the increased valuations of properties that have gone out recently? Or are those not collected until next?
We don't know what the mill levy is gonna be.
I don't, I thought we were talking about 3 point something.
3.1 to
generate a
3.2.
certain amount of money.
Oh, but I'm saying with the current mill levy, we have no idea what that is yet. The new tax,
The
the
assessments.
new assessments.
Yeah,
that
the numbers, yeah, the 3.18 mils is based on your 2022 certified AV for collections in this year in 2023. So that's the 351 million is the town's AV. So it does not reflect the preliminary AVs that'll start coming out here soon because we don't know what those are yet from an aggregate level. But obviously, if that will be reflected and adjust that mill levy likely downward to be able to generate that same amount of revenue. But this is right now, this is just based on the most recent certified AV of the town.
Evan.
Yeah, if you're looking at an increase of, and I haven't looked at that exact number, but I know the increases were fairly significant across the board. Now, recognize those still have to go through a protest period with the assessor and the Board of County Commissioners. And then you get an assessment that's put out of a value that's pushed out for the whole county, but you might be able to go from 3 mils down to more like 2 in that range. If you have to hit that number, if you're looking at $1 million to $1.2 million as your component as the tax portion, as opposed to the COP, the open space reallocation.
And can you remind me if you have a specific spending pattern for the property tax that we get in the town of Telluride at the moment? Like the last 2 years, it's been 5.99 or 6.06 mils coming into the town of Telluride.
Overall, it's a very small amount that actually
To
comes into the town.
taxes and fees
It's in the general fund, I believe.
fund.
How much property tax the town receives? Is that what you're asking? I think it's
Well,
about,
like, if, yeah, I was just wondering what fund it goes into.
2 mils go into the affordable housing fund.
Of course,
Portion of it goes into the general fund.
it's just kind of.
And the COP for the water plant goes into the water fund. I think it's like 1.5 million total that we get annually.
Just a little recap.
It's small.
Yeah.
In comparison. Thanks for that, Kevin. Other comments, questions, or observations from council? I think by hearing nothing, I'm going to presume that we really love the COP idea, which came out of our last discussion. And we understand that it has to be supplemented in another way.
Right, right.
I didn't hear any other folks specifically say they were leaning against or for sales tax versus a mill levy. So I think maybe part of the survey needs to reflect those questions to the populace to see where the people actually fall.
Yeah, certainly we could test waters around some of those excise tax concepts. We don't have a lot of detail around what that would look like quite yet, but kind of hearing this feedback from council, that's certainly something that we can test and come up with some range of alternatives around.
Okay.
But again, I think the most interesting part of this in part is finding these tools that give our capital projects fund, again, that robust nature yet again to really, I think we would be able to address, again, the town hall and various street access issues and in a relatively, 5 years or less kind of order. Again, if we finally found that longer term funding solution, if you will, to our wastewater treatment plant. And again, we'll have a discussion here coming up around wastewater treatment plant, kind of where we're at on design and so on. But I think for once and for all to find that solution to the wastewater treatment plant funding is going to be huge for this town in the the positive trickle down effect it'll have to other funds.
I did have one kind of overarching question that's probably a bit premature. However, let's say that this all goes forward and for the sake of argument, we do the COPs and we do a mill levy for that extra bolster that we need. If, and I'm going to say when, we come across a very amazing granting opportunity for infrastructure, either through the state or the federal government, how does getting an influx of money like that affect a pay down, if you will, for early penalties, things like that? Or would we just have to do some interesting fund accounting to use those grant funds, creative fund accounting, to use those potential grant funds in another way? I hope that made sense.
Well, from a financing point of view, and hi, counselors, this is Dalton Kelly with Butler Snow. Nice to see you all again. So you'll issue your COPs likely to the market, which the standard call provision is 10 years. If you get something a little shorter, it usually hits you on the interest rate. So usually there's a 10-year period before you can start redeeming the certificates outright. But like we did with the 2022 or 2020 COPs, you're always welcome to put proceeds in an escrow to defease a portion of the COPs, which takes care of principal and interest and gets them off your books. Ultimately, that doesn't save you any money if we're defeasing them outright, if they're actually not callable. So you might want to explore using those grant funds for something else at that time. But there usually is a protection period. Standard is 10 years before you can call or pay down those COPs. Jason will probably chime in on this. I imagine we would probably do a public sale just given the size rather than a private placement directly to a bank. If you do a private placement directly to a bank, you can negotiate call provisions a little bit easier and get them shorter. But generally speaking, it would be about 10 years from when you issued, when you could actually pay off the COPs with any grant funding.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I can jump in there as well, but it also just kind of depends on the timing and the certainty of which those grants may be coming in. If you're fairly certain on it, we could carve out a special, if you think you're going to get a $5 million grant, we could put a shorter call feature on only 5 million of that 45 million COP. So there are generally, exactly, I agree with everything Dalton just said. It's generally a 10-year call feature, but we can do different things depending on the size, the timing, and the certainty of these potential grants. Generally, what we would do is if you knew they were coming in and we could get those in before the COPs are sold, we just downsize that slightly. But if you think these grants might come in later, we could work around it. But I think the most conservative way to look at it would be like you'd either utilize those funds in a different way, or you could pay down the COPs after 10 years.
Thank you. Kevin.
Yeah, this is a very particular question, but we have Dalton on the line, so I think it might be helpful to get this out now. Dalton, if council were looking to do a mill levy question, and if they were separately looking not to do COPs for that mill levy component, but an actual bond for that, that separate bonded indebtedness question, that has to be a separate ballot question under Tabor, correct? It can't be integrated into the ballot question with whether the tax should be increased. It has to be standalone. Is that correct?
For general obligation bonds, there's a case that said increasing the mill levy to pay the bonds is part and parcel of the debt question. And so we could say, shall town of Telluride debt be increased 45 million with a maximum total repayment of X to be payable from mill levy increase of 3.5 mils. We could do that as one question that has been signed off on by the courts. But Kevin, you're right. You're highlighting the issue under Tabor. Otherwise, if we were doing bonded indebtedness, we couldn't do, bonded indebtedness with just a sales tax increase for. So if we wanted to do a sales tax increase for affordable housing and you're not going to pay the debt with it, you can't put that in your bonded debt question, your debt question. But you can put in basically the tax increase necessary to pay the debt. The court said it would be ridiculous to make you authorize the debt and have no way of paying it. So if it is just to pay the debt, then yeah, we could put that together. But I think the distinction here is that mill levy won't go on forever. And so if you authorized it separately, if you said, let's do 3.5 mils for water and wastewater purposes without debt, then you'll collect that mill levy as long as you impose it, but there's no real limit to it. And so that can help build a capital fund. You kind of go forward. The difference with doing the increase in the debt question is it's just tied to the bonds. And so it's, you increase the debt and can we impose this mill levy at whatever mills, if it is a limited mill levy, until the bonds are paid. And so that is a little distinction too with what we're allowed to do in the question.
And I think that, and Dalton can weigh in here too, is I think one thing for the town to continue to think through is that language in that question and how specific or how broad you want to allow for the uses of this mill levy revenue. Is it going to only be for water, wastewater projects? Or would it be a little bit broader so that as the town's AV continues to move up, you could still levy those and use that for other capital projects? So I think that's something that the town can continue to evaluate going through the summer before coming up with language to put on the ballot this fall.
Yeah, and Jason, that's a good thing to highlight. And, once we start exploring language, and I know your survey from Magellan will highlight a lot of, what there is an appetite for and what there isn't an appetite for. We have this conversation with school districts a lot when they do a mill levy override is, right now you have an immediate need that might be teacher salaries, but at a certain point, if it generates more than you need for teacher salaries and the question only says teacher salaries, then you end up having to go back to the ballot box to change the purposes. Those questions typically do pretty well because it's without increasing taxes. Can we use this existing mill levy for other purposes? But it does just increase, you have further election risk if the question is not broad enough to capture maybe more than just what you need for water. I know you have a lot of capital needs right now here in the conversation. And so maybe that's a problem for, way in the future, but if your assessed value keeps climbing, it might be a problem sooner rather than later.
And I guess that's kind of the meat of my question also, is that the more restrictive our ballot question is, and then let's say we get, knocking on wood, a $30 million grant for water and wastewater, those extra monies from whatever the voters might pass could be utilized elsewhere if we have a broader question. That would be my only concern.
But it might be an easier pitch to the voters if we have a more.
Exactly.
So that's
Yep, I don't disagree. Any other comments or questions from council for staff or for Jason or Dalton? Do you feel like you have sufficient direction to move forward with a survey with Magellan?
Yeah, I believe we do. Thank you, council. Really appreciate that. That gives us some clarity. And again, really want anything coming from Magellan to be as focused as possible so we can really hone in on where the community lies on some of these questions. But yeah, we've got great direction now, and we'll issue that as soon as possible. And it, of course, I think at this and all subsequent council meetings likely moving forward through the summer into the fall, we'll be providing updates and asking for input along the way.
Great, thank you.
I know we do have around 30 minutes left till the break. We do have our Public Works team in here if we did want to kind of carry on the conversation into wastewater. If we want to, if we can make the time work, Mayor, that's an option for us.
Yeah, I'm just finding it in here. So if everybody is amenable, I think it would be great for us to go to item 6B, which is another work session, which is the Telluride Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant Expansion Project Update. And we have 3 members, I believe, of our staff here to help with this, but I think Kyle Beck is going to lead us in this.
Yes, we might need just a moment here to get some, throwing at our clerk a little switch in schedule here, but I know we've got a PowerPoint.
Tiffany.
Perfect.
And thank you all for being available in the morning. I had a feeling we might have a little extra time.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll tee this up just a little bit, Mayor. Again, so much going on with our Public Works teams here and design team in collaboration with the town of Mountain Village and their Public Works department. It's been great to see progress here on just getting what I know is a 30% design meeting here with the teams just in the last week or so. And so we thought this was a good timing, even though we don't have, hardened guaranteed maximum pricing at this point from our design teams. We wanted to just get back in front of council and just kind of update you where we're at. Some strategy on why the design direction has been going in the direction it has over the last months and years here, and just a little bit of background, but more than anything, just a quick update on where we're at, kind of on that 30% design side, and whatever else council might want to dive into. But I will say that I'm excited to kind of move into the next series of regular meetings with our partners over at Town of Mountain Village. I know we've Paul Weiser and myself, town manager up at Mountain Village, have just consolidated a meeting schedule that is looking like it's going to work for all parties, and we'll get that out to certainly our mayor and mayor pro tem. But we want to begin meeting at both the elected and town manager level on a very regular basis, at least monthly, and then make sure we've got calendared our Public Works staff and the 2 town managers getting around the table on every 2 weeks to a month at the most. Schedule is obviously this project ramping up to the next level, and we've got financial decisions to make, and I'm excited about that kind of next level of discussions with Mountain Village, as we are certainly both financial partners and partners on a lot of fronts here. So Kyle, I'll hand it back to you here.
Thank you so much, Scott. Kyle Beck, Public Works Director. I'm also on my team here, Amy Martell, the wastewater and water manager, and then we have Karen Limon, the engineer manager. So thanks for having us, and we'll dive right in. Just kind of start you off here, just so you have a general vision of the proposed 30% design for the wastewater treatment plant. This is just a 3D rendering, probably means nothing to most of you, just an overall a vision, and we'll dive into that, kind of what that looks like and some of the decisions that have been made up to this date. We've had several meetings on the wastewater treatment plant, and I know none of it has felt as real as it does as today. So there are a bunch of points I want to bring up to the group, and obviously it'll be open discussion for questions at the end. But first and foremost, special thanks to obviously Mountain Village and the team with Telluride, and then the design build contractor and consultant Carollo, and then PCL. So what we're going to go over today for the expansion project is, first we'll kind of just do a recap not gonna go too much into great detail as we've had several other presentations and discussions since around 2017. So we'll just do kind of a quick recap and then get you up to speed on the project to date on where we're at with progress, and then finish up with some Q&A at the end. And by all means, if you have a question on a particular slide, go ahead and just bring it up at that time. That way I'll have to hold on to it to the end, but general questions will be answered at the end. So why is the expansion needed? I know a lot of you have heard that it's because of the plant capacity. And so I really want to dive into what that really means, because I do believe that people are familiar with what that actually is, but there are some additional notes that we need to address with what treatment capacity really means. And the most important thing we need to focus on here today is the pursuit of Colorado law, CRS 258501. This is where the permittee is required to initiate engineering and financial planning for expansion of domestic wastewater treatment works whenever throughput reaches 80% of the treatment capacity. So that's one part of this, of the factor, is that once we reach 80% of our capacity, which I'll define here in a second, we are supposed to be in the design phase for an expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. The other side of this is once we get to 95% of the capacity, we're supposed to be in construction. And if you're not in construction, then there's the or seize issuance of building permits or such municipalities until such construction is commenced. Except that that building permits may continue if to be issued for any construction which would not have the effect of increasing the input of the wastewater and sewage treatment works of the municipality involved. So that's a big topic I want to bring up, because as you see on this next slide, we are over capacity. We are over 100% capacity. So we're beyond where we're supposed to be for the design. We're supposed to be in the construction phase. And so one thing that could happen because of this is we would have to obey by the state, where we may have to limit development. We have to limit festivals in that capacity. But the fact of the matter is that we are over plant capacity in BOD, which is the nutrients, not volume capacity, which a lot of people think of in a plant. And so the volume capacity, you'll see that our current loading is at 1.32 million gallons per day, and the permitted is 2.1. So we're well underneath that, and the projections show that we could probably be in compliance into 2030 and beyond. The BOD, which is a biochemical oxygen demand, and that's measured the amount of the oxygen that takes for microorganisms to break down the organic matter in the sewage. And so kind of what this slide illustrates is, all of our service area, all the sewage being sent down to the wastewater treatment plant. That's from hotels, from residential, breweries, restaurants, medical facilities, schools, everything that produces waste gets sent down to the wastewater treatment plant and has a nutrient factor to it. So this gets sent to the plant, and the plant has the capacity to be able to break down the nutrients. And when it breaks it down, it has to meet effluent requirements, state requirements of a minimum of 30 milligrams per liter. So if your plant can't break that down, you're discharging against your permit into the San Miguel River. And so those are the numbers that we're trying to address as we speak. But that's the reason why we are in this expansion and having this discussion today.
Who enforces that? Like what would trigger, suspending or halting development, for example? Is that the state coming in and saying, we just know, like, we need to look at your numbers
and they're already
are
aware
we
of it.
supposed to be stopping that ourselves?
That's a good question, but so we've already submitted that and reported that to the CDPHE. And so they're aware of it. We're working with them now. They understand that we're under the design. And so the question of the day is, how fast do we get into construction? And until that time, what are the rules that they're going to apply that we have to go by until we get under construction that we can meet those numbers? So luckily, even though we are over capacity, we haven't broken permit. So we're still in compliance. So the key is, as long as we continue that pattern, I think we'll be okay for the future. But as we'll go into here further on these slides, is you got to imagine, once we go into construction, we're now minimizing our capacity to what it is today. So we really have to focus on that conversation of what are we going to do here in the future when we start going into construction, because we can't just keep on meeting our permit requirements by taking off oxidation ditches by, that is a third of our capacity. So taking one of those off means that we really have to figure out what we're going to do during that construction phase. And so that's definitely a conversation we need to have.
So, but to answer the question, who enforces it? The state?
The state.
Or do we need to be proactive?
Well, it's both, because if we're seeing that our effluent, if we're discharging anywhere close to where we break permit, we need to have that conversation, and we would have to report that information. So we're constantly doing testing. You'll see in with our annual budget, not only for testing that we're supposed to do, but as part of the design testing we're supposed to do. We spend a lot of money in that, and those have to be reported to the state. And as those get, our team will pick that up and say, we're not meeting compliance. We're going to have to address that internally and bring that to the attention of Scott. And then we're going to have to figure out what we do next. And that's why you're going to hear me continually talking about, there are things we can do to slow this process down so we have time. By all means, I love breweries, but we've got to figure out that pretreatment. And that's something, I hope they understand as a community. That's something that needs to be done to be able to somewhat delay this process, so we have time to, get the proper financing. And so that way we don't get the state involved, where now we have no choice in what we're going to do to minimize capacity. We should be able to make those decisions as a community, and that's the ultimate goal. And it's, it's a state requirement that these breweries need to have the pretreatment. So it's not even, like a please do this. They need to be doing it. And as town, we need to start holding them to that, enforcing it, and making sure that we get that compliance here before we start construction. So within, the next year. And then within the restaurants or any folks that are producing that high fog, fats, oil, and grease, that's another thing that's being sent down to the plant, that if we can address that, that's going to minimize the nutrient levels and get those down. So maybe we can be in compliance and, also say, get off the naughty list, to where maybe we can delay this process a little further. Now, there are some regulations with Reg 85 that are coming down the pike, which I'll kind of go over. But if we address those initial issues, the capacity of the BOD, that's going to buy us some time to get some grant funding for some other opportunities. So we really need to focus on that. And it's not just, the breweries and the restaurants. As the town ourselves, we need to put a little more money into the capital improvement, fix the I&I, all the unnecessary water that's going into the system to be treated.
Can you, for I&I for the listening?
Inflow and infiltration, yeah. So, what that means is all the manholes that are in the wetland, they're just taking in water. And so those need to be sealed and lined. All the old pipe that we have going through the valley floor that have joints, and the gaskets are deteriorated because of the age of the pipe. All that I&I that's getting into the pipe is now having to be treated. We've had some conversation with Mountain Village. We're trying to team up and figure out, okay, we've got manhole lids that are knocked off during ski season, and now all the snow melt. That means all of the gravel and everything coming down from the hillside getting into the infrastructure. That's making its way down into the treatment plant. So it's going to be an upfront cost, and it's going to be well beyond what we established and budgeted in the 2023 budget. And that's where, I'm hoping to sit down with Scott here in the near future and go over some of the things that we just discovered in the valley floor. We have manholes that have deteriorated beyond inches of their life, meaning these are 8-inch thick walls, and they've deteriorated to less than an inch left. And so these are going to be complete removal, replacement of manholes. But that means we gotta get access to those assets within the valley floor that have never been cameraed or jetted in the life that they've been in existence. So these are things that are very concerning to me in that weren't brought up, really identified until now. And so we've got to take care of all these things in the front end to hopefully expand the life expectancy and try to get through this design process.
Sorry, we bogged you down in your slideshow.
That could be a
no,
crazy horror film.
Oh,
For sure.
So
Lost in the
Kyle,
mountains.
really quick, you mentioned that the permitted level is higher than what our capacity is. I didn't quite understand your comment there. Why is that why are those two different numbers?
So I can go back to the previous slide if needed to, but this is another view of what that means. So we have our permitted capacity of 3,708 pounds per day of BOD. Okay, so that's how many pounds of BOD that the plant can treat. Now we are producing 3,800. So physically, the amount of nutrients that's going to the plant is struggling or is not designed to be able to treat that, to be able to release the effluent into the river at that minimum capacity. But I know our plant operators have been doing as much as possible to make sure that we are in compliance with the permit on the discharge side. So even though we are above the permit capacity, we are still in compliance for a discharge. So these are like not rule of thumbs, but these are the design capacities we have to go by as a safeguard to make sure we will stay in compliance for that discharge of the effluent.
Okay.
What percentage of volume of the BOD you think is from people dumping from RVs and from festivals? Like,
That's a great question. That's the other thing we'll kind of go over in a future slide here as well. But right now, the plant, when they discharge into a manhole, it's a direct feed into our primary treatment, right? And so as we're testing and you have someone dumping, you could be picking up that high concentrated nutrient, which is, very potent, just like the breweries that are 18 times, the nutrients than a residential home. So that is the other thing that we want to address, and we'll kind of show you in the 30% design of how we're hoping to establish some containment for that scenario, to we're having a mixed chamber to where it's not just a direct feed into primary treatment. And so that's one of the things we want to address as soon as possible. That way we can try to get these numbers down as well. And so what you're looking here on the graph is all the dots and the lines that are going through the dots kind of establish what historically the BOD has been through the plant. You can see prior to 2021, we were below that, just over 3,000 pounds per day of BOD, which is that 80% mark. So that meant that, prior to 2021, we were in compliance. We weren't at the 80%. We didn't need to get into the design phase, but then all of a sudden we hit the spike to where we jumped not only beyond the 80%, but beyond the 95%, which states that we should be in construction. So I think the state would also understand that all of a sudden we had this huge jump. So there wasn't even really time to, establish, we were supposed to be in the design and now construction. And so I wish I could tell you exactly why these spikes all of a sudden. I haven't been here long enough to really understand, like, has the festival numbers really increased that much to see that significant spike? Is it, visitors? And it's definitely not going to be the population, because the population trend has really followed as a 1.5% increase annually. So it's definitely not the existing population. It's going to be the visitor festival scenario. Or, it could even be within, high infiltration rates. If all of a sudden we're seeing high infiltration, which doesn't really make sense to me, because 2021 to 2022, I believe there was a slight drought. I would expect that spike maybe this year when we're seeing all the moisture we got. And I think we're seeing it definitely with the volumes at the plant. You can really see the inflow and infiltration when you physically take a sample, where it almost looks like you can drink the water coming in the wastewater treatment plant. Don't suggest it, but it appears that.
could it be failure of one pipe or one manhole in the valley floor or in the mountain village? That couldn't be just a failure of one? You said the pipes were within inches, what if you have an unknown failure that is just pouring water in? I mean, could that be the case or no?
Not likely with, so infiltration is really gonna be more with your volume capacity. It actually dilutes it.
Okay,
So
makes sense.
now if it's in, depending on the location, if it's picking up, going through high vegetation, or it's sending a lot of debris down, that's one. But when it's going through like the pipes or the riser rings on a manhole, it somewhat gets filtered.
Mhm.
And so it's really just a volume, and with that, it's just you're treating, unnecessary water into the plant.
You look from a festival standpoint, for example, I'm just trying to think back to a graph that Stephanie provided a few months back here, but I think this last year, for example, we were actually lower in total festival attendees than we were a decade ago. So we're not at vastly new volumes from a total number of festival participants and thus porta potties, things along those lines. So that's interesting to kind of.
I was just trying to figure because it doesn't make sense.
Well, it's hard to tell, but it looks like end of December, beginning of January are high, and July, which those are the two that we always have mentioned, New Year's and July 4th. I think that's where they're falling.
About 10 minutes long.
Okay, yep, I'll wrap up. So we'll kind of cruise through these next slides. And then kind of some stricter regulations that are coming down. I'll kind of briefly go over this as Reg 85. And so the future design is going to accommodate for these future regs, as that would be the expectation. If our plan for the design is to go out to 2047, 30 years from when this was initiated, we do have to capture those regulations that are coming down, and that will be implemented here in the near future. On a positive note, with these regulations, with total inorganic nitrogen and total phosphorus, we were originally expecting that these were going to be implemented in 2025. But there has been some of the rules we read into with being a low priority watershed. It allows us to delay these requirements to 2030. So with these regulations, we do have some time, which is positive on our side, to where if we can figure out phase A with the headworks and get with the breweries and stop the fog, that might assist with delaying these additional phases later on. And so that was one of the expectations we brought to the design team early on, is this not just build this whole thing at once, to see what we can do to phase it out. And so we've been able to do that in 3 different phases to try to delay this process as long as possible, and not build something that's not necessary and waiting for the state to start these regulations. So what will the wastewater treatment expansion provide? Obviously, as we talked, increasing the capacity of the BOD and the hydraulic capacity, revitalizing infrastructure, which is for existing assets, which has been one of our biggest struggles today with aging infrastructure. It's not just the capacity that we got to address. We've got to be able to fix the roof, the leaky roof on the facility that's been leaking into electronic components, costing the budget against those replacements. We've got to modify the septic receiving is one of our goals. And so there's a lot of things that we got to just update with that within the plant that's beyond its life expectancy. Treatment solutions to meet regulatory limits and improve the process efficiency, flexibility, and redundancy, and obviously worker safety. And the phase A side of this, being the headworks, is really gonna work towards that worker safety side of things. What we've accomplished in the first quarter of 2023, we've got through the geotechnical analysis, utility locates, the basis of design, which really got us started on for our 20 or our 30% design review. Then we initiated the rate study, which I know we're all looking forward towards, which when we get our 30% design opinion of probable cost, we'll be able to get that to included in the rate study, so we can kind of understand what that looks like for our constituents and what that base rate could be with the cost of the potential plant expansion. So real quick, going through the 30% design on the right side of the screen here, you're going to see an aerial view of the existing plant, and then the highlighted areas with the yellow, the blue, and the light brown are going to be the different phases. And so phase A is going to be the yellow highlighted section here, which is really new infrastructure. That's going to be completely new building. That's going to be removing the headworks out of this area here, which is right next to the laboratory, the staff offices, the restrooms, cafeteria, lunchroom, we'll call it. It'll move that away so folks can actually maybe enjoy lunch without that sweet smell. And so for that phase A, what we have here is the new headworks, the electrical building, the IPS, which is the influent pump station, which is existing. And so we're going to be reusing that infrastructure. We're going to be removing the building that sits over it. And we're going to be using that as really just a pump station. We're going to reuse the concrete structure and line it. That way, if there is any infiltration, we can stop that with the lining process and reuse that, which is our ultimate goal to cut down on cost, is to reuse as much as we can as possible to minimize that cost. And my notes over here, just kind of reiterate what we've already discussed about the breweries, addressing the fog and the inflow and infiltration on the town's parts. Phase B is where we get into the really addressing the Reg 85 and the stricter requirements from the state, which is going to convert our oxidation ditches into bioreactors. And all it is, it's a newer technology on how we move our waste throughout this process, allowing the bugs to produce faster, providing more oxygen, and it actually starves the bugs so that they want to take on phosphorus and ammonia. So it's just a complete different process than we have now to introduce more of that oxygen into the system to perform better than it does today. Additional parts of phase B is going to be the UV disinfection. There are some things listed here like HVAC, electrical, natural gas that we are probably going to have to move into phase A, because if we're able to extend the phasing out, those are things we want to address at the front end, as staff has already been out without heat for 2 hours or 2 years. And then the boiler system just went out this year, which creates a leak in the chem storage. And then there was a whole issue in the chem storage leakage. So we need to get those things fixed sooner than later.
Have you talked to the breweries and said you're going to have to do this?
We have. So we just met with TBC, and we've had our initial sit down with those folks, and they're looking into kind of a package plant being, kind of already delivered. They got to find a location where they can put it. They're going to have to know the capacity. So they are looking into it. We just got to make sure that they continue that effort, and we're looking to assist as however we can as possible. And then Stronghouse, they have the pre-treatment already, which is fantastic. We met with them.
Smuggler.
We have not yet met with Smugglers.
And Smugglers Rock meet with, and then TBC, they have the plant off the address in Lawson and the one in Mountain Village. So I'll have to address those. Then we have the distillery up there as well that we'll have to discuss that with. Phase C is the digesters, and this is one that we did have some issues with this winter, just keeping the bugs to their best performance. And so phase C kind of be the last phasing of this project to just bring that up to date with some different technology to assist in that process.
Kyle, as we're looking at kind of layout there, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but we see all the improvements on our existing property at this point. There, of course, has been discussion for years around an additional 1.5 acres over on the Genesee property. I think right now, the design team is not utilizing that acreage, basically because of slope on that parcel. Is that accurate, or is that a?
Yeah.
I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but right now I'm seeing all plant expansion designed on our current property. Yes.
Yes, and let me get to that. I can get to that image, but you're absolutely correct. I'm gonna give you my opinion and I'll let Karen talk. So we've got this 1.5 acres that is an addition to the west. That the only thing it's benefiting right now is a hammerhead turnaround that doesn't even work for fire protection. The fire, we met with the fire department and they won't take a fire truck up because it exceeds 12%. So in my opinion, this 1.5 is doing nothing at this point for the expansion of the plant. And it's going to be very hard to do anything without large retaining walls because it is just a huge slope. And so at this time, I'm struggling to find the benefit of that 1.5 additional acres to the west.
And Karen, has that been some of the concept in the past? Was that you would do some retaining on that parcel and get it to a slope that was usable? Or?
At the conceptual stage, when we had Stantec as the master plan, one of the follow-ups when we discussed that particular parcel was to actually have the membrane building there, but there was always a massive retention necessary there. And conceptually, again, whether they could fit a building there and then also have the road go around that building or along the periphery was a discussion. Yep. Well, I mean, there's different ways that this has been thought of in the past, is that, we were hoping to have that parcel in time for design. We do not own that parcel. It's hard to submit something to the state for property you do not own yet. And so it was thought to look at everything on the current parcel and figure out, could it work? Yeah. And then knowing that, holding that 1.5 acres for perhaps a tertiary treatment that might be needed sometime in the future, with future permit limits providing from the state, but not knowing exactly having it programmed at this point, except for, as Kyle stated, a roadway that's very steep right now.
Thanks for that. I just want to get some clarity around that piece.
And so what you'll see here is, here's kind of that, it's gonna be slower on my screen. So this is the 1.5 acre parcel to the west. And you can see the only thing that's there is this turnaround. And the design team was given the understanding that make the assumption that this property is part of the project. And it was a struggle to find any use of it just because of the existing terrain. And then, of course, just to wrap things up, the design was to 2047. It does say 2050 here, but the design was pushed out to 2047. And we did fall back and identify, based on the 2017 master plan. These numbers were established on those master plans from the Telluride side, as well as Mountain Village and the other service areas. And we are falling in line with that assumption of a 1.5% growth. And so I do feel that these future design loads are consistent to where we projected. And what I always ask is for folks, Telluride as well as Mountain Village, to fall back and make sure that there's no change in that master plan that was established in 2027. And what you'll see here is that for the design loading, the BOD would be the capacity for the expansion would be 6,230 pounds per day, and then it would be a volume capacity would be 2.3 versus the 2.1 today. This is kind of a table just illustrating what was provided in those 2017 master plans that establishes the 2040 growth for the BOD as well as volume, and that's all based on population, and then that's converted into BOD by a factor of 0.17. Real quick, just so you can get a visual of the 30% design. We're currently reviewing the design packages, including specifications, so the 2D version. But what the design also has is that is actually converted into 3D and have a VR machine where you can actually walk through the design, which is very beneficial for those that really don't have a visual of 2D, because you can really understand the limitations of when you do a design like this, trying to keep the existing plant in operations, of how you can't just remove the old pipe. You've got to now find a new home and trying to work around all of those existing infrastructures until the final expansion is complete. And so with that, I'm going to show you a little recording of what it looks like when you're walking around with the VR machine. Now, it's not going to be 3D and as cool as what these guys are seeing, but it'll kind of paint that picture of what that capacity or what they're able to do with this 3D model. So this is kind of looking outside the aerial view of the proposed wastewater treatment plant. Not much different, minus the new buildings for the headworks. And what this program allows you to do is you can actually walk through walls, you can eliminate layers, so you can get down to the structural beam detail of what sits above the oxidation ditches. And this is kind of just sitting on the oxidation ditches of the future bioreactors. And then this next quick little video will show you what it looks like going inside through the walls, and you can really see what the mechanical, the piping and all that would look like if you were actually in the plant in the future. And this really helps you to identify if there's any misconnections of pipe alignment. And again, for just maintenance on if there's going to be any issues with getting around the facility.
While you're showing us that, Kyle, me and Dan, have you ever gotten to go on the tour at the facility?
No.
I would highly recommend scheduling one for everybody, just for a recap or to really see what it looks like now. It's important to really see it on the ground.
We'd be happy to show you one more. Perfect.
Yeah, they just had a successful field trip with fifth graders.
That's about our knowledge level too, so perfect.
So what's next? Obviously, continue our conversations, establishing meetings with all the stakeholders. Identifying what that 30% paying of probable cost looks like, what that means when it gets put in the rate study. And then from there, it's moving on to the 60% design and getting that a 60% price estimate. And that just means we're getting more details. We're able to pre-select equipment. We're really identifying everything that's gonna be established to make this a success. And then obviously bring up any locations that we're finding, where we need to do additional troubleshooting. And then coming up with a solid financial strategy. And then for 2024, early, first quarter is getting through the 90% design. And then eventually getting to 100% design. And the ultimate goal is to reconstruct the headworks. And I'm hoping to get that started early 2024. That way we can at least start the process and get everyone on board to help us meet new capacity limits. That way we can really understand of what the future is and how far we can delay some of these potential upgrades. And this last slide here is just really summing up, really bringing home of what is going to be required when we minimize capacity of that plant. It's really going to be, it'll be partially in phase A, but phase B is going to be where we're converting those ox ditches, which is there's 3 oxidation ditches. So that means when one goes offline, that's a third capacity, and it can't be anything that's, hey, let's just try to do it during, slow season. This is months and months of construction that could really confine us in a whole year of limiting festivals, development freeze, and then additional enhancement to industrial pretreatment programs. So I really want to emphasize on that things are going to have to change in that construction. And I want to make sure that we at least start that conversation and address that earlier than later.
And Do you envision that for 2024? That's your timeline for a likely reduction of input?
Yep, because once, you know, we get our headwork starting that construction, we're gonna have to realign pipelines, and so that's where we really need to have a plan in place so that we can actually start the construction.
That's certainly helpful for me because I have not started to envision how to break that news to our community of next summer. We might have to have reduced festival capacity and a temporary pause on new development. And that is going to be a difficult message to swallow, and something the sooner we as council and as a town government can start doing that, the better. And making people understand that it's not fun. It's not what we want to do, but it's a necessity. It's medicine that we gotta swallow a little bit.
Percentage of the breweries affecting the,
What's that?
what percentage are the breweries? I mean, you say you are able to pre-treat all the breweries ahead of time. How will that affect cutting back on the festivals or the development or, I mean,
And that's why this headworks is so key, because there's an equalization tank that's gonna be placed underneath the headworks. And so once it's basically a storage tank to where there's no slug flow going in the plant. It'll all fall in this equalization tank, and that way there's gonna be some consistency of what's actually going to pre-treatment. And so, once we get that equalization tank installed, I think that's gonna help kind of reduce in its own some of these numbers that we're getting, but then you have the pre-treatment to that. And establishing a program with the breweries, knowing when they're sending the slug flow, because it's not just like a gradual drain. I mean, you open up a manhole downstream and just smells like a brewery. And so it's establishing those timeframes with those folks to really try to help minimize these numbers.
but having pre-treatment, would it take you from 100% down to 94, or would it take you down, or is it nominal?
I don't even know if we can even, because we haven't tested TBC.
We have tested TBC previously. Treatment would be necessarily, it's not considered from like 90% is removed. It's more what can be installed for what they're doing. So it's a technology-based pre-treatment to the lowest amount available right now. So we don't have those numbers just yet.
Inflow to our plant.
We don't have those numbers just yet.
But what we could do is, our current ORC that we have from Montrose, they just established this plan for the breweries. And so we can check with them to see, okay.
See how much of a percentage.
See if they're seeing what difference they're seeing, absolutely. And it's not just, nutrients, it's like the temperature that we're having issues with, that's coming down at a slug flow at high temp. And so then we have to address that as the pH levels. So it'll address all these up front to where our plant doesn't have to treat it. But I think that's a very valid question of what could the expectation be?
Not to pick on them, but they're low hanging fruit.
Absolutely.
Right.
And the fog.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kyle, anything else specific?
From my end,
Any other questions from council? It's go time. Gotta just really be paying attention. And yeah, we look forward to the next iteration of this discussion.
Yeah, we will. And we'll look forward to getting in front of Mountain Village Town Council. It might make sense to wait till we get to a little tighter cost estimates from the engineers before we do that. But again, we provide anything we can to Mountain Village. Thanks to Karen for her long work on this, Amy for what you're doing all the time down at the wastewater treatment plant, and Kyle and the whole team. This is a big lift for a small staff, and but it's a critical community infrastructure resource, obviously, and we doing our best to stay ahead of it, find some financial tools to make sure we can pay for it, and make sure we stay ahead of, well, we're not staying ahead of state regs at this point, but pace where we as fast as we can on this front. So we'll keep you updated as we go and stay flexible on anything we can from a policy and design standpoint.
Absolutely. And, just for some comfort or, maybe not. You're gonna be seeing a lot of our folks out there. They're out today. We're flushing out all of the lift stations. We're doing a very aggressive CCTV. We're actually gonna do, which CCTV is a camera that goes through the sewer system to try to identify any issues that are coming up. So we're gonna do all of Lawson, we're gonna do all the Sorrow, we're doing the Valley Floor. And so there's gonna be a very aggressive push too on, as we identify, infiltration of trying to capture that and put a program together to eliminate that by 2024 as much as possible.
Great. Thank you very, very much. And at 12:11 PM, we are going to break for lunch. We will be back at 1 PM. Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is the Telluride Town Council meeting of Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023. It is 1:02 PM and we are back from our lunch break. The next item on our agenda is public comment. Public comment is now open, but with a 5-minute maximum per person, and our overall duration for public comment will not exceed 45 minutes per council meeting. Civility is expected between council and the public and among members of the public while in meetings. Rude behavior will not be tolerated. All participants in council meetings are to refrain from the use of profanity, along with no personal attacks or personal arguments. Okay, if you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand so that we know to unmute you.
We do have one in the room.
I'm unmuted.
Oh, hi, sorry about that. I'm gonna go ahead and do Zoom first because I saw that hand first. Could you please unmute Doug Tooley?
Hi, Delaney Council, everybody who's listening. Once again, Delaney, that policy is in violation of the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. The only grounds for blocking First Amendment comments are an actual physical threat. So, in your application of this policy, you are implying that there is a physical threat when you find something objectionable. However, in practice, what you're doing is you're establishing a second class of citizenship for everybody that you don't agree with. Curiously, a second class citizenship that is consistent with our housing policy as implemented by your former employer, the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, and its legal counsel, Lois Major, wife of Paul Major of the Telluride Foundation, who funds this type of second-class citizen establishment in consistent seditious conspiracy with the state of Texas and their associates. Locally, all three jurisdictions, the town of Mountain Village, the town of Telluride, and San Miguel County have a similar policy. So it's a compounding seditious conspiracy, which also goes to higher levels, including the state of Texas. And Donald Trump, of course. These questions go to very much so to planning, of which we're in the midst of a big exercise, and how that applies to capital planning. Specifically on this subject of sewer planning, that was an incomplete presentation. So certainly accurate within the bounds that were presented to you. However, there are many other things to be considered, including, the other pending capital needs, the other deferred capital needs, besides just the recent fire district approval, the pending school district one. There's also the gondola. There's also housing, and et cetera, et cetera. In the medical center. The medical center has been deferred 10 years, is on a track to be deferred 10 years behind its proposal in Mountain Village, which was delayed on false allegations of inappropriate public comment and inappropriate environmental regulation from the EPA. Housing was clearly identified in 2018, and we're 5 years out from that. Oh, it looks like I'm running out of time here. Can you stop yourself, Delaney? I don't think you can. Whenever you're brought to account, all you do is you accuse people of threatening you, et cetera, et cetera. And you've been trained to do that. And, you need to hold yourself accountable to the same standards that you're holding other people accountable. And lastly, to Dan Enright's point about sales taxes. Yes, they are a regressive tax. However, they do make sense when the benefit that is provided disproportionately benefits those lower income people. So transit and housing are both excellent subjects for sales tax funding. Thank you very much for your time.
And we have one public comment in the room. If you would like to come up to the podium, I think the mics will pick you up.
Okay. I spoke this morning. My name's Dan Collins. I'm the president of the board of the Telluride Institute, have been since 2007. And just a little background again, just so you appreciate the kind of historical dimensions of the Telluride Mushroom Festival. We've been in business for over 40 years, and it's been held in the town of Telluride since 2007. We serve about 1,000 people. There's about 600 tickets and 300 volunteers, and then a lot of free events, library, park, Elks Park, and so on. There's the parade, which impacts a lot of people. So I guess, as I said this morning, we're all fans of Neil Young. It's a question of scale. It's a question of, wanting to be present in town as a community event and not feel like we're being steamrolled by a large event, which in some ways is just treating Telluride as one more venue on a tour. So there's many aspects to the Telluride Mushroom Festival that may go beyond what your assumptions are. We have a culinary dimension, a wellness dimension, a myco remediation event. This year, Andrew Weil, who's well known in the wellness field, Harvard-trained physician, teaches down at U of A, will be one of our keynotes. We are very pleased that we're going to have this conversation about synergies between the organizers of the Neil Young event, if it in fact happens in terms of camping. We would love the opportunity to talk about expanded camping opportunities for our group, our ever-growing group. But we feel like if it's scheduled for the Thursday, Friday, Saturday timeframe, that it's going to really impact our festival negatively. We heard this morning that Monday is already off the table, even though we were told that 14th through the 20th was the open window. Now we've learned that the 14th is off the table. So that pushes it into, the 15th and the 16th. Our opening event is Wednesday night, the 16th. So I think if this does go forward, and it seems like there's a lot of, forward inertia, we're hoping that it's kept early in the week so that it doesn't impact negatively on our event. It's a question of scale, and it's a question of, Janila used the word vibe this morning, which I thought was great. It's just a different vibe. It's not that we are against the festival, it's just that it's going to create a very different condition in town. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dan. I don't see any other hands up, so we will go on to our next item. Number 3 is presentations and proclamations. We actually don't have any today. And the next up, number 4 is appointments to boards and commissions. 4A is the reading of the boards and commissions vacancies. These are the current board openings. Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following towns, boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, June 5th, 2023 for possible consideration at the next town council meeting of June 13th, 2023. And as I usually do, I'm just going to read the title, what seats are available. If you would like more information, please go to the town website to find out the details. The Board of Adjustment and Appeals has 5 regular seats and 2 alternate seats for 1 or 2-year terms. The Open Space Commission has 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2-year term that must be a San Miguel County crossover member, and 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2-year term that must be a town elector. One of those seats is being considered today. The Planning and Zoning Commission has 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2-year term. That person must be a town elector for at least 1 year prior to appointment. That seat is also being considered today. And the Public Art Commission has one regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. That person must have been a town elector for at least 6 months prior to appointment. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. 4B is the Open Space Commission, one regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. We have one applicant and Clerk Miller will help us with this item.
Yes, so the vacancy is Angela Dyes. So she's reapplied. She has served on the Open Space Commission since May of 2011. And she has been the chair for some time. Her attendance for the last 4 years is provided in your memo. And she is traveling today, so she was hoping to join by phone or virtually if she's able to, but she may not be able to.
She's on.
Oh, good. And it's recommended that if you reappoint her to a 1 or 2 year term, it would be effective immediately.
Piper, Angela, would you like to add anything?
Not really. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to serve again in both capacities. I think you know my track record and I would appreciate continuing to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council for staff or the applicant?
As the P and Z liaison, Angela is always incredibly professional. She has a calm demeanor. She has a cool head, able to see many sides of issues and is an asset to the town. And will happily vote for her reinstatement on both boards.
Thank you. I did come across one thing and I'm no surprise to any of you, I'm sure. On both of these applications, the majority of each of the commissions is set to expire in the same year of 2025. And just keeping in mind that staggering so that they're not all coming through at one time. If anyone does make a motion to appoint for only 1 year, please don't take that as a personal affront, Angela. We're just always trying to get that that sort of staggering thing in there for both applicants, the commissions themselves, and for staff.
No worries.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions up here. I would entertain a motion.
Just looking at the dates for board composition. I move to reappoint Angela Dye to a regular seat on the Open Space Commission for a 2 year term effective immediately. Yeah, effective immediately.
Second.
I have a motion from Dan and a second from me. And sorry, my formatting is not working on here very well right now. With nothing further, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ian, yes.
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 Delaney, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thanks so much, Angela. And
We need
Oh,
one
wait.
more motion here. I move to.
let me read it into
Oh,
the
sorry,
record
sorry,
first.
sorry.
Item 4C is the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is one regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. Clerk Miller, do you have anything to add on this one?
I don't. It's also for Angela Dye's reappointment. She has served since November of 2014. If you choose to reappoint her to a 1 or 2 year term, it would be effective June 1st, 2023.
Any comments, Angela?
No, I'm looking forward to continue to participate in the comprehensive plan process as well as the applications that come through. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from council? Anyone want to make a motion?
I move to reappoint Angela Dye to a regular seat on the Planning and Zoning Commission for a 2 year term effective June 1st, 2023.
Second.
I have a motion from Dan and a second from Mian. Anything further? How do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ian, yes.
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 Delaney, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you again, Angela, and safe travels.
Thank you very much.
You're effective June 1st. Okay. Next on our agenda is item number 5, the consent calendar. 5A is approval of minutes from the regular meeting of May 9th, 2023. Any comments or questions on the consent calendar item? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
A second.
I have a motion from Geneva and a second from Dan. Anything further? How do you vote?
Yes.
Dan, yes.
And yes.
Lars, yes.
Delaney, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 6 is a work session. 6A, discussion regarding mayoral and council compensation and accountability standards. And we have Ally Slayton and Julia Praise with us for this item.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, hi. Okay, by way of, Julia Praise, Human Resources Director, Ally Slayton, Assistant Town Attorney, will be helping us with this today. We're sitting at separate tables, cautionary, but we are both town staff, obviously. So by way of quick recap, March 28th, we opened up the conversation, or you guys opened up the conversation about your desire to further incentivize town council candidates. The main focus at the moment was on financial support to future town council candidates and members. We're going to hone in a little bit more on some of your requests for more information that came out of that work session today, and continue down the line of hopefully getting direction from you all on what that looks like for greater financial support, both for changes to base compensation and future increases, as well as potentially a process to tie accountability of service responsibilities to compensation. So we do want to leave ample time for your discussion. There was a lot of details provided in the memo in your packet, which started on page 48. So we're really hoping to allow you all to talk through some of the points that we're asking for more clarity on, and we'll keep the presentation super brief because of that. So let's just jump right in. At the March 28th work session, there was a couple of options presented for your consideration, how you might look to change up base compensation for future council members. That included aligning compensation with resort market peers with similar budget sizes, adjusting for inflation, looking at a percentage of San Miguel County AMI, and potentially also aligning compensation increases with budgeted staff salary increases. You did request that we come back with a little bit more detail on what it might look like to do a percentage of AMI for adjustment to base compensation. So at not looking above 50%. So again, this chart shows that assumption where 100% AMI, area median income, is assumed to be full-time employment. So 2,080 annual hours, which shakes out to 40 weekly hours. And then taking that down, you're basically scaling down the pay and the hours respectively with that assumption. So that's really all this chart is doing. It's not saying that your weekly hours that you spend on council work and commitments are what's listed on the bottom. It is just a straight calculation as percentage of hours with the assumption that 100% is 2,080. So I wanted to make sure everybody's clear on that. These are 2023 AMI numbers now. They were released, I believe, last week. So last time we looked at this chart, 100% AMI was 67,000. It did go up to 69,800. And all the rest of these figures were updated for that as well. So on this chart, this is what you all were looking to do, is to establish, potentially establish a new base of mayor and council compensation using this type of metric. So this will be one of the points of conversation we would like direction on for the ordinance that we will be potentially looking at doing a first reading of later this afternoon, is what percent of AMI would be appropriate for mayor and for council members. Again, I just did want to call out grade 10 or entry level grade for staff full-time position is 39,139 annual salary, which shakes out to 1882 an hour. The middle of that compensation grade
is 67,910 annual, which is 32.65 an hour. 100% AMI figure of 69,800 is a hourly equivalent of 33.56 an hour. So just something to keep in mind while you guys work through this exercise. Respective to that chart, this is also included in your memo, and this is the impact to budget. So assuming each AMI option, it illustrates the pay that AMI option would reflect for mayor and for council, the increase from current compensation, and the impact to the general fund and the budget accordingly. So if we wanted to do quick math, you picking a 35% AMI for council and let's say 45% for mayor, you'd have to add those two for the total. Again, this assumes full implementation immediately, which is not going to happen because this affects future council members, right? You're not setting your pay, you're setting compensation for future sitting council. So there's that chart. And again, these are all updated numbers based on the updated AMI. So fresh figures for you. And finally, on the compensation piece, before I turn it over to Ally and accountability, looking at a potential administrative process to create some kind of schedule for future increases. So we're not looking at this conversation every couple of years, just assuming that, you know, you're going to want to provide that financial incentive for people to serve. So what can we do to put something in place? If you were to select an AMI option for a new base, and that would apply to newly elected folks, what does that look like going forward? And we discussed potentially tying it to approved staff increases in the annual budget. There are some issues with process that arise with that. So we, you know, Ally and I put our heads together and we thought maybe a flat percentage could be determined by you all and just put in place going forward year after year. I will say that staff increases operate off of a merit system, so it's tied to performance right there. A review that happens every year. People's performance gets evaluated and the merit increase is tied to that. Generally, the resulting merit increase is somewhere between 3.5% and 4%. It has been historically over the last couple of years. This past year was a bit of an anomaly with a higher inflation. And you guys graciously approved a 7% opportunity, which we've divvied out in some different fashions to folks. But thinking through that and understanding that there's really no performance metric for council people, aside from, you know, re-election or not. We're hoping to suggest you might consider a flat amount that maybe isn't the maximum of the range, given that. So 4% is the max that you can achieve through merit. Might there be a different figure that is a little bit more in moderate, understanding that there is not a good accountability metric yet established to measure your performance as elected. So, oops, here we go. So establishing the increase amount, that is the first portion of the exercise. What is that number? What does that look like? What's reasonable? And that's something we would need direction from you all on. And then a second piece of this is discussing a compensation cap. So what does that mean? Well, as we saw, AMI just went up, right? But if you, let's say you elect to have an increased amount of 2 or 3 or 4% annually, and your intent with establishing the base tied to AMI was having that be reflective of what council should be paid as a percentage of AMI going forward. If that increase starts to outpace the intent of that established base, that might become skewed where you're now above that percent of AMI base that you intended to establish as the baseline. I hope that's clear. It was outlined in the memo, but I wanted to call that out verbally just to make sure everybody had an opportunity to digest that. So that is why, you know, you might discuss a compensation cap. And another piece, nobody wants to talk about it, but if we have a recession and we have a response internally in place, we have a recession plan, which level 2 includes, you know, staffing, hiring freezes and stopgaps such as that. Because council compensation is set for the term and we can't change it midterm, there might be a recession component to this increase schedule where increases are frozen. We can't change pay. We can be a little bit more nimble internally with staff and benefits and do things, pull levers in terms of the budget. We can't pull those levers with compensation for electeds once it's been set. So maybe there's at least a compensation freeze for the increases going forward if we're in a recession. So something to consider.
Can I ask you to clarify that?
Yes.
The recession plan talks about changing our spending habits, for lack of a better way to say it. What you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, is in the language of the various stages of the recession plan, nowhere within that language does anyone on staff consider council compensation falling into those definitions?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
And the way things are written, if we set your compensation, it's set for the term. So we can't change it. We can't reduce it or increase it, right? It's for the newly elected. So we're in a recession. We can't, there's no levers we can pull. So if people are losing their jobs in town and the community is suffering and we have to cut staff or cut benefits or do things like that, we still can't affect any changes to council compensation, which is a little difficult if, things are looking really ugly, right?
And we couldn't change the language administratively in the recession plan itself, which is a policy, to address that specifically.
I don't believe so. Legal, in the home rule charter, right, it calls out compensation for electeds can't be changed during the term.
Yeah, but I think what you're getting at is put it in this ordinance.
Yes.
If you want to have that
Yes.
ability, and then you build it in, and then it's not impacted by the charter provisions that say you don't get to change it.
Yeah.
The ordinance allows you to change it if that event occurs. That makes sense. You just have to think about it with forethought.
And do we have a
Foresight.
definition of what that event is? I mean, a recession, we're down 20% in budget or income. I mean, so I guess we have to have a standard for that too.
We have that
Yeah.
detailed recession.
Yeah.
but We would just. have to
Right.
figure out-
You have to figure
You
out
pick a
what-
category in the recession plan.
Put it in
probably.
there. Yep.
Stage.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, I will keep it moving so you guys have time to chat, but those were the items to discuss in terms of the increase schedule, and now we will flip over to accountability, and I'm gonna let Ally take this one going forward. This is
Thank you,
process.
Julia.
Thank you.
So Julia addressed the first two pieces that came out of that work session, which we're talking about setting a new base and then also creating some kind of mechanism for a stepped up increase in salary year over year or to some population. The third piece that you had requested out of that work session was from the legal department, and that was to come up with ideas for accountability as that relates to council compensation. So I do apologize. It's still very flexible, as you saw in the memo too. There's just have not been a lot of decisions made yet. So there's still a lot of possibilities as to what this piece could look like. So what we wanted to do was really present those issues to you and allow you to consider what each one of these options could look like as it fits into this accountability piece. So this is a slide that Julia created, and it's very much so just an illustration of one possibility. For instance, there's a percentage of meetings missed. There could be which relates to a number of meetings missed, if that is the way you decided to go. And then, of course, that just trickles down how that could impact compensation moving forward throughout the year with these assumptions below in this chart. So in the memo, which is quite detailed, you'll see all the considerations that we really need you to reflect on here in this work session today to provide us more direction so that we can go back and draft the ordinance that you would need to adopt on first read or read today for the first time later this afternoon. So the first question is classification of attendance. What meetings do you want to be a part of this consideration? Julia and I only looked at regular meetings and budget meetings. That's historically been anywhere from 19 to 21 meetings a year. We did not look at special meetings. We did not look at any kind of subcommittee meetings that you might be on, because I think that number will vary greatly. So for simplicity, we kept it at a number that has been fairly consistent and that we can determine ahead of time. But then along with that, deciding which meetings you want to be a part of this,
is also deciding what does attendance mean? As I stated in the memo, we've got a remote policy. Are you going to allow excused absences? So that's one very big piece of this is what does it mean to be in attendance? What does it mean to be absent? And what meetings are we counting? So the next kind of big question is also to define the measurement period. So I think we probably all agree it needs to be a year. But of course, when does that year start? When does it end? Is it a calendar year? Does it start at the organizational meeting that happens in November? Of course, if someone needs to come in, say, fill a position that opens up in February or in May, how is that person impacted? Because their year might be calculated differently. So it's another seemingly simple question that might take a little bit of conversation to answer because there are many different options that we could look at in deciding what is this measurement period. And then, of course, we establish the attendance metric. So this is another very flexible one. If someone misses one meeting, is that acceptable? Is it half of the meeting? So are you looking at maybe 10? Or is it some percentage in between there? And also, is there just one metric that you want them to hit? Once they miss 10% of meetings, they'll be penalized. Or is it every 10% block that they meet, they're penalized? Is it every meeting that they miss at all? Does it start at the first meeting that your compensation might be decreased? So there's many different ways to look at this, many different ways to calculate it, even after we do get some of those initial metrics in place. And then I just asked that question. So how many reductions? Is it just one once you hit a certain number, or will it continue? And then, of course, the biggest piece probably is compensation to be reduced. So if you miss 20% of meetings, should your compensation be reduced by 20%? Should it be reduced by 10%? This is completely up to council to discuss and decide. Staff is standing by to plug this into the ordinance and make any amendments as necessary to make this happen pursuant to your direction. And then finally, who on staff is going to track this process? So of course, there's always an administrative piece whenever we're talking about something like this. So I just wanted you to keep in mind, there is this outstanding question. Someone on staff will need to track attendance and need to calculate all of this. And then finally, do you want to incorporate an appeals process? Because that could also get very sticky and very complicated and very involved. Kevin and I discussed, we do not think an appeals process is necessary, but it is still something I wanted to bring up as a possibility in case you did want to consider that option. And then I will pass it back to Julia for the last slide. But I know the accountability piece is pretty big and might be one of the bigger parts of this conversation. So I apologize for the long memo, but definitely a lot of considerations as we're deciding this piece.
Thank you for the thorough memo.
So, yeah, I thought we might leave this slide up just to make sure we're hitting all the points just laid out, all the information that we need to go forward and make changes to the draft ordinance based off of your conversation and direction.
And that was your last bit?
That was it.
Oh, okay. And I have highlighted those in my packet to try to do what I do and find our direction based on each of those finer points. I guess, starting at the top, just basic question to everybody present. Is there still interest to raise the council rate of pay? I mean, basis, yes, I think it's a good idea. Lars can live with it.
I can live with it.
Okay. Are we still feeling like this AMI approach is the best methodology to do it? Because from the other options that were presented to us a while ago, this is where we landed, and it seemed like a logical place to start, especially when we're taking into consideration staff pay and where those.
I think the best function of of looking at the AMI is for reference. I don't think that it should be like a annual, we're going to match a certain percentage of AMI on an annual basis as it changes. I think the idea is to pick a number that seems reasonable based on that input, and then to take it a step further, at least in my opinion, to pick 2% or 2.5% of like an inflation increase amount and just leave it at that and keep it as simple as possible. I don't think. I think that we tend to like to look at a bunch of different angles and a bunch of different data sets, and it all informs how we're viewing this. But I don't want this to be an ongoing calculation situation for staff or for council for that matter. If we can avoid it. And then if we're, I don't know if we're going on in the next one yet, or do you want to keep going in order?
I'd like to try to capture each of them and get direction to staff and then recap all the direction at the end. Short statement, I agree with what Geneva said.
I agree. I think it should be 3%. I mean, that's what everybody's used for inflation. Not that it's gonna be low now, but I think it's a standard formula.
Okay,
Yeah. Go ahead,
Oh,
sorry.
no, I'm just saying, yeah, 3% seems fair. It seems like what we use for 1
I had been envisioning somewhat as more of a direct percentage of AMI. I don't envision that as an overly burdensome calculation to make once a year. And that seems to be the most consistent when we have weird inflation years, or if we have negative inflation, perhaps if we do go through a recession. And have a more protracted economic downturn that could more closely align if we need to institute the inflation plan or the recession plan. And that would be, right. So that's how I've been envisioning it. I certainly can live with what Geneva's proposing. But I don't, and Kaylee or Julie or somebody tell me if I'm wrong, if calculating once a year a percentage of AMI is overly burdensome. But I don't think that first you make that calculation for the mayor, you make it for all 6 council people. You do that once a year of what is the new HUD AMI number for our county. And then we set our percentage, just throwing this out there, 30% of AMI. Take 0.3 times whatever the current AMI is, and there's your number.
I think one of the complications could be the fact that sometimes it's a crapshoot with when you're gonna get those AMI numbers. So sometimes it's March, sometimes it's April. This year it was May. And that inconsistency just lends itself to not being able to know when staff, like I would presume staff would say, every year at this time, I need to do this. And then all of a sudden they can't, which is just kind of messy.
Okay, that's fair. I hadn't considered that element to it. Again, I can live with either way, but
That being said, we do that for all of our housing programs and it qualifies for lotteries with an unpredictable timing too, but anyway.
So what I'm hearing for this first one is using the AMI as a frame of reference to come to like a number, but not necessarily using that as our basis now, like for real or going forward. And picking a number, I heard 2% and I heard 3% from 2 other members as an automatic increase so that there isn't this complicated formulaic process.
I'd be open to either strategy, honestly. I think that Dan makes good too. The point ultimately of raising the pay is to attract a broader section of different income individuals who are part of our community that would like to serve. So I hope that both would achieve that goal.
Yeah, I guess we are having slightly 2 conversations at the same time here. You know, how do we set the future compensation increases that, you know, my goal with that is to not have to do this every 2 years. You know, we set a rate, we have a system, so it generally tracks inflation and what happens in our local economy here. The larger conversation of the new base rate of compensation, yeah, I want to piggyback off of Geneva a little bit, that the way I've been framing this is how do we incorporate a larger potential pool of candidates, and how do we have lower income people be empowered to run for local government and be involved in local government? the thing I keep going back to, this is a larger point with this. There is the hours required on this. There's the out of office hours, the engaging with the community. And then the point that hasn't really been touched on that I think is important to just mention here. The hours required for this position are pretty inconsistent and require a very flexible schedule. And that is a huge privilege. And that is not a privilege afforded to many people, especially many people in the lower income brackets that have to work multiple jobs or have a less flexible schedule than those of us sitting at this dais currently have the benefit of. So that is my ultimate goal with raising the base rate of compensation.
So can we go back then on that note to the top bullet, which is the new base rate for compensation? Does anyone have a suggestion based on the information that we've been given today that was based on AMI as a frame of reference, where we think that those rates should be elevated to? Because I think that if we can answer that first question, then we can move on to the next piece, which we've touched on already.
35% is my initial
For
a percentage of AMI.
For council or?
For
mayor
council.
Or for both?
For council, for mayor. For mayor, I would say 45 to 50.
listening for any consensus on that.
I think that's reasonable.
I think that's high.
Can you, I know you want to keep that slide up, but.
No,
can you-
I'm trying to get back and
Okay.
it's not letting me tell. Oh, there we go. With the battery. Yeah.
So for council, that would be 24,430 up from 14,916. And if you use 45, it would be 31,410 up from 23,316.
And this might
He's
be a
not
better
suggesting.
slide for you. There you go.
He said
For-
45
for-
to
for
50 for
mayor,
mayor.
for mayor, yeah.
Yeah.
That puts us at adding $61,500 to the annual budget for council. And what, 12.5 for mayor?
About 70,000 in total.
87 from there.
Oh, 45%, my bad. I mean, looking at the breakdown of the numbers, the hourly. Or based on the breakdown and the calculations and the charts that Julia's put together, weekly hours. Seems reasonable for, on average, if you're on a bunch of boards and commissions and if you're meeting regularly with constituents and staff and the mayor and that sort of thing. So that's what makes me believe that, or that that is what makes me think that 35% is a reasonable amount
For council.
for council.
Okay. Lars, you think 35% for council is too high?
And granted, this doesn't affect me and I don't want to piss off my former ex-council members. It just seems like a lot, but it seems like a pretty big increase. And I never took this job thinking of it as being paid, thought of it as being community service. And I think there has to be a certain element of that incorporated into the compensation. And you haven't even included benefits. So the benefits, I think, was it you or Greg Craig that said they average about 14,000 a year per person. So that's a huge benefit that's not even being discussed.
I did cite that in the memo. Those are hard dollars that town does spend
Right.
for providing that benefit package. So yes, that is part of the total compensation and should be considered as such.
And I certainly respect that. And I certainly personally agree that my decision to run for council was based largely on part for a desire to serve, for public service and giving back. And those intangible elements, those intangible things that we all get from our service. Again, I view this as an investment in our community. We're investing in the ability for working class, average people, service industry folk, people in our tourism economy to directly participate in our democracy. While the benefits are fantastic and wonderful, I can't pay my rent with my health insurance. and I can't pay my rent with my ski pass.
But you also mentioned it. I think a large number of those people are going to be excluded just because of the flexibility of the hours required.
But that's
It's a
why,
very small group of us that can and have the flexibility to make the meetings to, it just isn't.
But the point is you'd be able to take less job, like you could narrow down how many jobs you're working, because this is an actual. Like you could consider this an actual paying contributing job. Not to say that what we're getting now is nothing, but covers health insurance and the electric bill these days.
And health insurance, once you need to use it, that can financially devastate you if you don't have insurance. So the value of that is intangible until it's tangible for somebody. And I would just want to publicly say that that is a incredibly good benefit.
absolutely, agreed. Not to discount that. And two things can be true at once. That can be both an amazing benefit, and it can also be true that no matter my desire to serve, if I don't have the ability to, that door is closed to me, and I'm trying to help keep that door open, recognizing the cold hard fact that the world runs on money, and that it just takes money to be able to do some things.
Sure. And I think it was Adrian who mentioned at the last work session that her ability to serve on this council was provided by the fact that she had access to health insurance, because you do have to meet an hour requirement with a job, with a full-time job, in order to be eligible for benefits. So again, I strongly urge that as a large consideration for this group, because it's a huge benefit, and it is something that you attain with hours of service.
I love data and I like looking at the numbers. And if I was doing my math correctly, the current difference in pay for mayor and council members is that council members make 64% of what the mayor makes. And if we look at these numbers, and if just for ease of numbers, if 45% was the target for mayor, 64% of that is in between 30 and 35%. It's like 32, I think. Just if we were keeping things on kind of an even keel with where we are right now. That was my only thing I noticed.
Do some quick math.
Lars, I don't suppose you have a suggestion, because you're just looking for a raise anyway, right? You think 35?
Well, actually, I will never see this, right? I'm turned
Well, no,
out.
of course, none of us will unless we get reelected.
At 35%, you're looking at
Won't
roughly,
either.
yeah,
Okay, screw that
exactly.
too.
At 35%, we're looking at roughly 47 point something an hour. And I don't know, I don't believe talking to your constituents, I don't think that's something that you should include in your hourly, even though it's something we have to do. I think you really got to look at meetings and subcommittee meetings as the basis for the hours.
The other point I just want to touch on here, I did say it in the last discussion around this. This is the only job in the town of Telluride that you are required to live in the town of Telluride and face those higher costs of living. And for the other employees for the town and those or any other job in the town, whether it's government or not, you do have a larger free market that you can expand and potentially get your cost of living down with. And it is to have representatives, you have to be residing within the town of Telluride. And again, I'm subsidized on that. I'm very, very fortunate. I live in town owned affordable housing, and I'm very, very lucky to be able to do that. But I also know plenty of other people who would love to serve, who are just unable to, either because they live outside of town limits or because their work schedule doesn't allow, or they're single mothers or whatever, all these other things. And that, so there might be other reasons why people can't do it, but just trying to make it feasible for more people. I think that it's the difficulties that are presented. We have one potential barrier we can remove. I think that we should have a bit of an obligation to empower the citizens of Telluride to be engaged with their local government. And I think that's what we're doing.
just to clarify, I redid the math and I think it's more like 28%.
I got 36.
See, I don't know what I'm doing.
You can go the other way too. I went council up. The
Yeah.
mayor makes about 60% more than a council member. It's the other way to look at it.
So if
Okay.
you're at 31,410 at 45% for mayor.
If my math is
23,
right. I think it is.
316 minus 14, 916.
Calculators going, everybody.
316.
I did speak to her. She wanted to give me some comments on a couple of items today, and as far as the pay one goes, she didn't have a concrete,
Who are we talking about?
Adrian, she didn't have a concrete number in mind, but she agreed philosophically with everything that Dan has been saying. The main crux of her comments came about the next two items.
I mean, I feel like we should provide some sort of direction.
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to go. So I had Dan throw out 35% basis from these numbers for council and 45% for mayor. Lars believes
I think
it's
the
too
45%
high.
For mayor seems reasonable because of the extra work. For council. I just don't think it's gonna make a difference in who applies for the job.
Do you know what the percentage difference is or what that number would be if we kept it like sort of even with what it is now?
So again, going both ways, I'm getting 36 or 56%, which,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what would that be? Of 45% AMI, which is 31,410, what would
Boy.
that number be of?
really stretching you on my big phone calculator. I need my HP 12C.
Ian, we haven't heard much from you.
I think this is kind of a hard conversation to have, and I think it's one that, we kind of have to check our inherent privilege. When we're thinking this all through. I mean, I think, Lars, to your point, the price differential wouldn't make a difference to me. But I'm incredibly fortunate to have moved here at a time that I moved here and been able to buy a home and have a husband that has a great job and have started a company. And so that wouldn't necessarily, whether it's what we get paid now or if this increase goes through, that wouldn't change my ability to do this, because this to me is an active service. But I think those times that I moved to this community are gone, and I don't think they're coming back. And it is so much more expensive to live here. And as we move forward into the future, I don't think that we're going to be able to have representation of a working class from the town of Telluride unless we can make it financially viable. Otherwise, we're going to have a board that is filled with incredibly well-meaning people that are in the same sort of financial circumstance that I am, that have a financial backing that doesn't allow us to maybe necessarily see the challenges that the workforce has. And this may not be the right answer to it, but I'd rather try to see if we can get people into these seats and they don't have to decide between whether or not they can afford a 2-bedroom or a 1-bedroom in order to do so. And I think that moving forward, as we go into the future, that's what our workforce is going to start to have to decide upon. I think that's what our workforce has to decide upon now when they're trying to decide whether or not they want to sit on council, is what the financial detriment will be when they take that position. And I'd like to try and see if eliminating that will allow us to start to have a diversity of voice up here.
But I would almost argue 10 years from now, the majority of the council members will be like Dan, will be living in workforce housing. I see more and more people, friends of mine, moving out of town, leaving Telluride because of the politics, because of the dynamics of what's going on. And I think there'll be less of us here in the future. I just think that's where it's going.
No, too bad we don't have a crystal ball.
We don't. But to that point, Lars, there's nothing that is by having more pay, you're not disincentivizing higher income earners.
No, I just, you're talking about a $10,000 raise. I think that's a little extreme for council. We're only talking an $8,000 raise for the mayor. So I think I just think that's a lot.
That's why I would like to see
I
it
think there needs to
match
be more parity.
kind of where it is now.
I think I got it.
And I really don't think it's gonna make an influence on whether people run or not. It's,
And I disagree, but we don't have to rehash it many times.
I didn't even know we got paid when I read. I'm just saying,
And that's and
maybe I'm an idiot, but I didn't even know.
But to me, in point, I think that is a privilege, and I don't think everyone has that.
I didn't even know we got insurance until 2 years ago. I just was ignorant.
We didn't until 2 years ago.
Well.
Because we had this discussion.
Julia has the number, I think.
So going from, since we're looking at 45 potentially percent AMI for mayor, going backwards to council, that's the 36% difference, and that would line out to 20,102 for council. So right around the 30% AMI.
Right.
I can live with
I can live with that.
So what's now being suggested, just so I'm following along, is 45% for mayor and 30% for town council. Is that what I'm hearing?
I can live with it.
I think that is especially when we include the benefits package, like
That's huge.
a solid thing. It puts us about on par with the Snowmass villages. At least for council.
Okay, so what I'm hearing for direction is use the numbers in here from the AMI framework for these jumping off points for an increase to the mayor salary. I don't know what else to call it. It's not a stipend anymore, right? And the council amount, compensation, thank you. 45% and 30%. Okay, and then, oh, sorry, Kevin.
I just want to make sure we're clear because we're going to be writing the ordinance or I was going to be writing the ordinance with Julia. I thought you were saying take the number and actually put the number into the ordinance.
Yes, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, I kept hearing the AMI
I'm
percentage
just saying using that as the.
and then 3%. So the ordinance will reflect, just as it did for 2019, it'll reflect an actual salary number or compensation number in dollars. Then your next question is your increase.
Correct.
Okay, very good.
Right? Just looking around.
Fine with me.
I know.
I stated my preference if
Can you live with?
I
this,
can live
though?
with it.
Okay. Then the next one is the future compensation increases. And I will say this was a big one for me. I would like, because every 2 to 4 years, this comes up with council and it becomes politicized. Jackson Hole is a great example of, I think, in having a conversation with our friend that we met. This became an administrative thing and it got depoliticized. And I think that just makes the most sense going forward. We don't have to, or whomever doesn't have to rehash this every year. For me, that was a big one. Are people still comfortable with having this becoming an increase on an annual basis? Knowing that it doesn't affect the people who are already elected until they get reelected or the new people coming in, and setting an amount for that to occur.
Can we tie it to consumer price index? Is that the easiest way?
I don't think it's the easiest way, but that's just me.
It's a number that's released by the federal government every single year, and that is the closest tracker to inflation that I'm aware of. Instead of doing 3%, if we do have a recessionary year, when we have 0% inflation, 1% inflation, and we give ourselves a 3% wage, we are trying to be fair and try to capture it.
Freeze what we have on our on our affordable housing. Increases.
Pretty much everything.
All right, well, I'm not gonna fight it. That's fine.
And as far as inflation goes, it's certainly something you all can do. It's just from our last conversation, keeping in mind that there are different ways to look at that. You can look at 5-year, you can look at the 10-year, there's 600 ways you can look at inflation. So you'd have to be very specific about which metric and how you're doing it.
I do, just a little bit of food for thought, in researching for the memo, I ultimately didn't include it, but I had a feeling that question might come up today. In 2017, the city of Alamosa had a failed ballot question that would have tied, council compensation. First, it increased, but then it tied it to CPI. And so I do have language in front of me that if you were interested in that option, it is fairly simple language. And we could still explore that, but if you're not headed that way, instead would want to set a solid, 2, 3, 4% increase, I think we could also adopt that.
Seems like if we're gonna do that, that should be the case for all staff.
Your face.
I mean,
Right.
is that more simple or less simple than interviews and merit-based reviews? Like, I don't wanna rock the boat on this. We have a system.
I think that would be a separate conversation for a different time.
And I do want to,
Just looking at it from a fairness perspective.
since
Yeah, I
we're
hear
a little on the topic, and yes, we should leave the conversation to a later time, but I don't think anyone up here thinks that pay increases for staff is mutually exclusive from pay increases for council. We can also make sure that we adequately compensate our staff for because I know that concern has been raised, and none of us view that as impossible if we also make council compensation higher.
I think whatever's easiest for staff, honestly, if it's a 3%, that's easiest. If it's tying into CPI, that's easiest for you guys. I mean, that's really ultimately like what I want to see. I want to see this take as little staff effort as possible.
Agreed.
Julie, do you have an opinion on the CPI?
Again, if we can be very specific about the metric, but a flat percent that's stated and, designated, whether that happens every year or every time it's applied to a new council member, that's another point of clarification. Is it annually? And then are we accelerating that, for 1 year, 2 years, and that's the raise? So it's actually, if it's 3%, is it actually 6+ because of, cumulative interest, or is it 3% or 2% or 4% every time someone is reelected and for that group? So that's, again, applicable to the newly elected or reelected folks. It's not annual. It's applied every time we're making a change.
Yes, that.
Great.
Not annual. I rescind that annual word I said earlier.
I think under that model, if you're just recognizing that increase
Yeah.
at your election date, if you will.
Yes.
It seems like a standardized percentage would make more sense so that you don't happen to be walking in during a low CPI year versus someone who walked in during a high CPI year, then you're off that for 4 years. I would think that standardized percentage would be easier and more equitable.
So I heard 2%, I heard 3%. 3, 3,
Sure, it's 2, 3.
3, okay. So administrative process going forward and 3% upon newly elected, reelected.
Okay, so
Is that clear
Yes.
enough?
clear enough, but we still need to. Well, you still need to discuss whether there's appetite for a compensation cap, so that increase, that 3% increase, if it's applied over several election years, doesn't exceed your intent of tying the base rate to some AMI metric percentage thereof. So does that language need to exist, that it's the lesser of those if the 3% starts to outpace and suddenly that would shake out to maybe 55% of AMI for a mayor and 40% of AMI for council members. I'm just throwing numbers out there just for.
Yeah, sure.
But then we need to come up with that number.
Well,
think
you
they're
just
saying-
30% for council and 45 for mayor is what,
I see.
See what I
All
mean?
right,
Yeah.
I missed that one.
yeah,
The,
kind of like a double check.
The draft ordinance attached to the memo does already include that alternative. We thought you might be headed that way, so we would just plug in that percentage AMI, and that would be the alternative. So we would look at the prior year's AMI percentage, compare it to the 3% increase, and take the lower of those two numbers, and that would be the annual compensation.
That works for me.
Okay, I think I have it. So set as an administrative process. Give a 3% increase upon newly elected or re-elected time frame. So every 2 years, basically, that new crew gets the 3%. With a, and this is my words, not to exceed a specific AMI target of 45% mayor, 30% council.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody on board with this? Okay. Then I think the last one is the accountability provision. Oh, wait.
Recession.
Oh, sorry. I guess I just took that as a given. Right into the ordinance language that addresses council compensation to be addressed if and when a recession plan at a certain stage comes into play. We don't have, that wasn't in the packet, right? The recession plan phases.
No, the phases were not in the packet. And again, maybe I'm not clear whether we could actually change council compensation or if we could just freeze the increases.
Yes. That was the point.
Yeah, the point was just be like freeze the scheduled increases,
Okay.
but not change it for anybody that's currently sitting.
In the course of the session.
Yes.
Because there's like the different phases or stages of it, and I want to say that it's stage 3 where we have those like major freezes, hiring
Stage-
freezes, no pay.
Yeah, we start at stage 2. We
Okay.
start pulling levers in terms of staffing.
Okay,
Stage 3 gets a little bit more severe.
and everybody's comfortable to have that added in the ordinance so that it addresses how the recession plan affects this with increases. Yeah,
Just so I'm clear, I heard that we won't address council compensation at stage 2, we just freeze compensation. Is that? Yeah, I don't think we would be able to address a decrease unless we go ahead and set the decrease now, what that decrease would look like. I don't think you'll be able to address that decrease while sitting in office due to the charter provision.
do we decrease staff pay in a recession plan? I didn't think we actually decreased people's pay, we just freeze.
Well, we did, didn't we? That's right. The last recession, didn't a number of people get terminated?
We had 8 terminations.
There's layoff
on, yeah.
provisions.
We should go from 7 to 5.
You know? Whole other conversation.
I think you just said no increases. So the increase provision is suspended
Yep.
in the event of stage 2, or was it stage 3? I don't,
Stage 2.
I'm a little worried. We're getting really
That's-
complicated
yes.
and
I think the way the recession plan is written is that it's an internal process. It does come to council, but that decision is made by finance and the town manager, right? Where we are in terms of the stages. I think the important thing is if we are entering the recession plan, that maybe there shouldn't be further scheduled council increases happening. So that is the point, is just taking that off the table. So if it is an election year, there is no 3% increase occurring if we are in a recession plan. I think no matter what the stage, right? Because that compensation is then set for the following years forward.
Point of clarification though, Kevin, there's no rule that says we can't cut our pay effective immediately. If we're in a deep recession.
does say that.
Does
I
say
would
that.
assume that the council would say, let's freeze or even cut back our pay effective immediately. And
Yeah,
you
it says
could do
both.
that.
You can't increase or
Can't
decrease.
Oh, it is, you
Yeah.
can't decrease. either?
Bob did, right?
You can donate it.
He just
We
gave
had,
that.
I was gonna leave a
Paycheck.
council member unnamed, but yeah, there was one who I think every year just donated his or hers.
So
There.
on the note of this getting complicated and knowing that we have a scheduled action item later today, if at any point staff feels that there are enough sufficient changes we may be making to language, if it needs to be tabled as an action item until the June meeting, I just want to throw that out there in case because we still have to talk about the next one too.
I think we've got your 4 points. I mean, I've got them pretty clearly written
Okay,
down. I
and
think Emily
does-
does too.
Staff feels with that direction we have already given, you feel good about those first 2 bullet points. Okay, great. 3, accountability provision.
Can I throw out just an overall comment on this? I think I really appreciate the thoroughness of the memo. I think that a lot of things I didn't think of when we asked you to explore this concept. And I think that accountability standards may be better addressed in the home rule charter and the ethics code than all of that. Hate to have made you go down that long and winding road, but wondering what everybody else feels like, or if they even want to like broach going through all of this.
Yeah, feel similarly. Thanks for the thoroughness, and it's, yeah, it is a can of worms.
You talked us out of it.
Put it lightly.
Oh, good.
Anybody feel differently? Adrian had the same comment. She's like, I just don't know that this is the appropriate place for this to live. Okay. So I guess we don't need to tell you anything about this part because we don't want to address it. Sorry.
Oh,
Thank
it's okay.
you.
Thank you. All right, I think we have what we need. Great, thank you so much for the discussion, and we will come back this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Okay. We already did item 6B this morning. We had extra time during our morning work sessions and we did extra work sessions this morning. Item number 7, we're about 12 minutes early, Kevin and Tiffany, but I think it was noticed for earlier.
It was noticed for 1.
Okay.
It's fine.
Item number 7 is public hearings. 7A is second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code within Article 6 Land Use and Development Applications at Division 8 Temporary Uses and Structures for the purpose of creating new standards for temporary structures on private property used exclusively for enclosed or sheltered dining. And everybody ran away. We're running a few minutes early, so the person who's presenting today is actually Phil Hamilton. He is here with us. Yes?
Taylor.
Oh, you guys see this?
What?
Said his last name was Hamilton.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't take offense.
Jeez. Sorry, Phil.
Not a problem.
Thanks for being here, Phil.
Yeah. So I originally planned no presentations. You guys have seen the presentations for these items. If you'd like them, I have them up. Just let me know if you need any additional clarification. So the first item being considered today is a second reading and approval of an ordinance for sort of revised temporary use language. You guys first saw this on May 9th, and no changes have been made since then. It really just sort of changes the structure for temporary use approval. You guys, town council will still see temporary structure applications, and they can be approved for up to 3 years if they're exclusively used for dining on private property. If an applicant wants to keep them up for 3 consecutive years with no breaks for more than 180 days per calendar year, it can get a HARC review and recommendation prior to you guys seeing it. So that's sort of the change. Temporary structures can then be allowed for 3 years, full calendar years, or 180 days per calendar year. Those are sort of the changes being presented. Happy to answer any questions.
No limit to extensions, so they could ask this for like 15 years.
I believe so.
And I asked this question at the last meeting and I'll just pose it again. It doesn't mean I don't think it's a great idea to move forward so that this doesn't have to keep being hammered about, but at what point do these become permanent uses?
I think the short answer is they become permanent when they get a building permit. That's sort of the answer.
Okay.
But, and we certainly have some experiences as of late where restaurants cannot meet the building permit requirements. So this is sort of what they're experiencing as the only option for some specific situations.
Okay, that's good. Any other comments or questions on item 7A from our agenda from council? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. If you would like to make a public comment on item 7A, which is the second reading and approval of an ordinance, and this is in regards to temporary uses and structures and more specifically for the purposes of creating enclosed or sheltered dining experiences on private property. Please raise your hand so that we can call on you. There is no one here in the room with us. So I'm just triple checking to see if anybody online is raising their hand. I'm not seeing anyone. Tiffany, are you? Okay, I am going to close public comment on item 7A and bring it back up to council. Mian? If there are no further questions, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Chapter Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code within Article 6 Land Use and Development Applications at Division 8 Temporary Uses and Structures for the purpose of creating new standards for temporary structures on private property used exclusively for enclosed or sheltered dining.
Second.
Motion from Dan and a second from Mian. Anything further? How do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ian, yes.
Me, yes.
Or just.
Blaney, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. Item 7B, and I'm sorry, Tiffany, just for sake of clarification, 7B and 7C were noticed.
There were also noticed for one.
All of them. Okay, great. Public hearing 7B, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code within Article 3 Zone District Regulations at Division 2 Zone District Purposes and Standards for the purpose of modifying the maximum floor area for the residential commercial zone district, including the gondola overlay zone district. And again, we have Phil Taylor with us to help us.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Young. Again, this was something that was presented for first reading on May 9th. We have not made changes since then. This is a pretty straightforward land use code amendment that sets a maximum residential floor area in the residential commercial zone district. The 4,000 square feet was decided on because it reflects all other residential zone districts that currently have a maximum floor area. So the new standards would be 4,000 square feet for any single family or two family residence and 950 square feet for any secondary or accessory structure. And then the 4,000 square feet would also apply to any single multifamily unit. So if it's a 2-unit building, each could have a 4,000 square foot maximum floor area. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil. Any questions or comments from council?
One just comment for Kevin, in the proposed motion language, it has nothing about rescinding the emergency ordinance provisions. Do we still need to add that?
It's actually in the ordinance itself, so approval of the ordinance will do that. So take a look, if you will, at page 79, I believe, of your packet. Section 5 should be the language. That's language I gave to Ron about a week and a half ago when he was drafting the ordinance. So approval of the ordinance will incorporate that language that you requested.
Wonderful. Thank you. I see it now. Thanks for clarifying.
No problem.
Any other questions from council? This is also a public hearing. If anyone would like to make public comment on item 7B, second reading and approval of an ordinance. This is specifically about modifying the maximum floor area for the residential commercial zone district, including the gondola overlay district. Please raise your hand so that you may be called upon. Not seeing any hands go up. So I'm going to close public comment on this item 7B and bring it back up to council. Any further, questions, comments? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code within Article 3 Zone District Regulations at Division 2 Zone District Purposes and Standards for the purpose of modifying the maximum floor area for the residential commercial zone district, including the gondola corridor overlay zone districts.
A second.
The motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Anything further? How do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Dan, yes.
Genevieve, yes.
Lars, no.
Delaney, yes. Motion carries 4-1. And I just want to say thank you so much. Again, I did this last time, but to staff, to the Planning and Zoning Commission and to the Hart Commissioners for addressing this and making a recommendation to us so swiftly. This particular temporary suspension could have potentially lasted 6 months, and it will be terminated with the passage of this ordinance in less than 2. So great job, everybody, on this. Thank you very much. And 7C is second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code within Article 6 Land Use and Development Applications at Division 3 Planned Unit Development for the purpose of revising the PUD purpose and review standards. And Phil, good to have you today.
Thank you. This is the final land use code amendment that's going to be presented today. Again, you guys saw the first read and introduction on May 9th. This was one that, you know, staff worked pretty closely with Planning Commission and members of HARC, sort of draft some new public benefit language. We changed the public benefit section to require increases to the wetland public purpose section. That is still in there, but is going to require a significant increase to the wetland setbacks to be considered a public benefit. We have broadened the definition of historic preservation purposes, and we have clarified some language about what constitutes an affordable housing public purpose. Now those will have to be sort of per the guidelines. We're a little more open in taking other housing solutions, but now they're going to be per the guidelines requirements. And then finally, after much discussion, restaurants would be still considered a public benefit. However, they will then be deed restricted in perpetuity as a restaurant. Then we also added new climate impact reduction public purposes, which are pretty high level, putting most, if not all, the responsibility on the developer to really show us how their project would meet that public purpose. So we're pretty excited about these. We think they're going to be pretty helpful reviewing new PUD applications. Nothing has really changed since the May 9th meeting. Thank you.
I thought there was, we added section 6, which rescinds the temporary suspension for the ordinance, right?
Right.
And then there was one word could, I think, added to, sorry, I'm going.
Yeah, I can get that for you.
6304C7. That may include the following examples. The word may was
okay
put in there. So just those 2 changes.
I think there was another. So I'm looking at, I think the best way to look at this, Mayor, is, and I was just thinking the same thing. If you look at the minutes from your last meeting, page 45. In 6304, and I'm not sure that these changes were made. Let's take a look though. 6304C7 could include.
But they put may instead of
Yeah.
could, I think gets to the,
And then the next bullet point was 6304C7A, add language to allow for or other building standards. I can't, can someone
Right.
read that with me now? And I don't think that's in there either. Or is it?
so that was one that I asked about, and I don't think that the language changed, but because it said such as, I think that everybody else had thought that was sufficient. Sorry.
Sorry, and I'm going back and forth between documents and it's not.
So when I look at the motion that was made, there was a friendly amendment to add 2 specific changes, and I thought it was just those 2.
It is, you're exactly right. And the one that we've already addressed, which is the repeal provision, so don't worry about that one. So this is the sub A language. So on your packet, page 88, under 6304 C7 sub A, retrofits of existing buildings to meet green building standards, such as net zero building or LEED. And that was where there was an inclusion or a request to include or other building standards.
Yes, but I think the majority of council determined that the words such as was broad enough that it was okay to leave it as is. And I'm saying it thumbs up from there.
Okay. So then the one change is we do need to see in the prior paragraph, instead of may include, that could
We
include.
can leave it as may, right? What's the substantive difference between those?
Yeah,
two
because
words?
I didn't, because the last time language said. Ooh, I'm
Shall
trying to find-
include or something like that.
It was that include.
Okay,
So the may,
it's probably fine.
yeah, because it sounded like you had to do all of them and
All right.
may, yeah. I mean, I felt comfortable with it. We all good?
I think we're good.
Going back up here. So are there any questions on this one from council? Sorry, 3 in a row. Did I do public comment on this one already?
Not yet.
Could we please ask for public comments on item 7C, which is second reading and approval of the land use code, specifically for the purpose of revising the PUD purpose and review standards as presented with those couple of changes we just mentioned from first reading. Please raise your hand if you have any comments. Oh, yay, somebody in the room. Please come up to the podium.
Hi, I'm Amy Levick. And one of the things about the PUD changes that concern me a little bit is taking out any reference to short-term rentals. And I understand the controversy and, you know, some of the things that have been going on associated with short-term rentals over the past few years. But there may be some places that you want to encourage short-term rentals or hotels. And I think to take that out of the PUD completely may have unintended consequences. I mean, I read your vision plan again, the adopted vision plan, and it does talk about the importance of visitors and the need to have a balanced economy. So I would like to urge you to put that back in there in some form, maybe not as it was in there previously, maybe some definition to what might be appropriate.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? I am not seeing any, so I'm going to close public comment on item 7C. We don't typically get into like a back and forth, but there was only one public comment on this one, and I'm not sure if you were listening at the last meeting. That specific question did come up about retaining at the very least the mention of hotels, and the majority of council determined that they were comfortable with the way it was presented to us.
I think at the end of the day, we can always put that back in, but right now we'd prefer that if residential is getting built as part of a public benefit, that it's affordable housing until we get those numbers up, and then we could switch back over. But right now, there's certainly a strong perspective that the more short-term rentals we have, the more carrying capacity we are building, just the more employees we're creating. So at some point, we have to bring up the housing stock, which I know you know, so.
I know you don't like back and forth, but just.
Nobody has really commented.
If it's
on
fine,
this.
nobody has commented on these really, so if it's fine with council.
Fine with me.
I appreciate that. I mean, I listened to your meeting this morning and you're talking about Lift 7 and working with the Telluride Ski and Golf. And, you know, it's a tool. It's a tool to get what you want. So I agree with you, Geneva, that there's an imbalance. But I think that, maybe you might want to think a little bit into the future and how it might be used.
I guess the way I look at it, if I may, is that there's nothing in this that stops a developer from still building a hotel. There's still the ability to pursue that. It's just that we're not listing this as a public benefit. There's still an inherent profit motive for a company to try to create short-term rentals of many different types. It's just that I don't think, to Geneva's point, that the town wants to incentivize that side of the spectrum currently, is my perspective on it.
And that's kind of the comments that were made at our last meeting when it came up. Thank you very much, though, for making comment. Public comment is closed on this item. And does council have any other comments or questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at chapter 18 Land Use Code within Article 6 Land Use and Development Applications at Division 3 Planned Unit Development for the purpose of revising the PUD purpose and review standards.
Second. I have a motion from Dan and a second from Geneva. Anything further? How do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Yes. Man, yes.
Largest.
Delaney, yes. Motion passes unanimously.
I do agree with you. I mean,
As do I. I was the one who brought the last meeting. Thank you very much for your public comment. Moving into item 8, which is action items. 8A, and from here on out, we're early. But we're comfortable going forward. Okay, great. 8A is introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, vacating portions of Pacific Avenue right-of-way, San Juan Avenue right-of-way, Laurel Street right-of-way, Pinion Street right-of-way, Hemlock Street right-of-way, Alder Street right-of-way, Willow Street right-of-way, Spruce Street right-of-way, unnamed streets and avenues right-of-way. Didn't know we had those. And those alleys located within that portion of East Telluride addition to the town of Telluride and that portion of the town of Telluride, and providing for the conveyance of the vacated portions of the same town rights of way. And Phil Taylor is still with us.
Yes. Thank you for that introduction. This is a presentation on proposed right-of-way vacation within the existing town park. So the large-scale subdivision necessitating right-of-way vacation was reviewed and approved by the Historic and Architectural Review Commission on March 29th, and then reviewed and approved again by the Planning and Zoning Commission on April 27th. This project required an approval by an extraordinary majority of both HARC and P&Z under the existing requirements of ballot question 300 to allow a lot consolidation for an exceptional public benefit. In this case, the exceptional public benefit is town park. So you can now see an aerial image of the existing conditions and structures within town park. It's clear from this photo that development within the park is very different than the traditional residential or commercial development in the rest of town. This is due to obviously the large recreational facilities and open space. In the past, structures have been constructed over lot lines or within platted right-of-way, which is now seen here. This shows all of these specific structures that were constructed over property lines or in platted right-of-way, and building code and land use code does not allow this. It really requires construction to occur on a single lot, not over a property line. So town staff is proposing to clean this up by combining all remaining lots and blocks within the park and vacating the existing right-of-ways. We're proposing a large-scale subdivision that would total about 40.39 acres that encompasses all of Town Park. It's important to note that any changes being proposed with the vacation or the lot consolidation are within the existing town park. So no rezonings or transfers of ownership or anything like that. The exterior boundary is not changing. To accomplish this, we need to vacate quite a bit of right of way, about 7.4 acres of existing right of way in the park. Anything seen in solid gray here would be vacated with this proposal. Anything seen with the checkered pattern has already been vacated. I believe there's been 3 vacations of right of way within the park in the past. This would be the final one to clean up everything that's left. And here is the proposed language for you to review. This has not changed since it was put in your staff report. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just a comment, I mean, planning and zoning reviewed this, it was unanimous, seems pretty uncontroversial.
I had one question and I'm trying to find the map.
You go back on them.
So, and it was actually the one where it shows the like aerial view. There are, I'm trying to get over to the edge of it. Block 33 and 34 and those lots that are platted that are basically on the river trail right next to the highway. Is there any reason for us, is that owned by the town? I assume it is. Is there any reason we didn't include that in there as well?
I'd like to see if it's zoned the same. Do you recall? I was told specifically those were not going into the park.
Okay.
Yeah, specifically, I think we've looked at that before. That land may have some. Trying to remember if it has some GoCo obligations for the trail that you see there that everyone enjoys outside Dorado, but I think there are still some development potential on those lots.
I believe that is not zoned within the park zone district as well.
Definitely not.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Just curious because it's like right there. Okay, that was my only question.
I believe there's some.
Address the same question for the Union Placer parcel up there in zone 1.
I can, or maybe Lance can.
Hi, Lance.
Yes, those lots are zoned residential and they are encumbered by a GoCo grant for the river park. And also portions of those lots have a conservation easement on the river portions for the river restoration projects that occurred there.
The union.
That addresses the Union Placer issue as well.
No, I'm sorry, I was running down the stairs. I didn't hear that question.
Same question for that parcel.
Okay, the Union Placer is part of the Bear Creek Preserve. And so that's encumbered by a conservation easement. But that is part of the original Bear Creek acquisition.
And the other thing about the Union Placer is it doesn't have any rights of way platted across it, so there'd be no need to vacate the rights of way. I think is the other thought on that one. We're just trying to clean up some of the rights of way. Because if you think about it, this was on the traditional grid
Yeah.
and there were buildings. I mean, if you look at some of the historic photos from what is now Town Park back in the day, and the Unruh House, which is now used as a town facility, there were other buildings in close proximity to that. In fact, the town traded out a number of those lots. That was part of the whole Primrose development that occurred back in the 70s and the 80s as well.
I see that Stephanie has her hand up as well.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank Phil and Ron and the legal team for all their help with this, because it's a cleanup that has been needed for a while with all the development projects that I've been involved in, and having to vacate lot lines as we go and right of ways as we go as well. So just as context, because I was part of the early discussions with planning department, we were sticking with park zone in terms of zoning. So that is even some areas in the river park, independent of whether there's a conservation easement or any of the other factors, it was really just sticking with park zoning. So obviously open space zoning is along the southern perimeter of the park, and then the residential zoning on those lots that you asked about, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any other insights? No? Any other questions? If there is nothing else and it's not a public hearing, I did not see any hands go up. If somebody wishes to make a comment on this rather non-controversial item, please do so. But I'm not seeing any hands go up, so I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, vacating portions of Pacific Avenue Row, San Juan Avenue Row, Laurel Street Row, Pinion Street Row, Hemlock Street Row, Alder Street Row, Willow Street Row, Spruce Street Row, unnamed streets and avenues row, and those alleys located in with a portion of the East Telluride addition to the town of Telluride and a portion of the town of Telluride, and providing for the conveyance of the vacated portions of the same town rights of way, and direct the Telluride Town Clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of this ordinance for the Town Council meeting of June 13th, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Mian. Anything further? How do you vote?
Dan, yes.
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 Large yes.
Delaney, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. 8B is consideration of, are they here? We're running early by about 30 minutes.
Todd
I see Kate.
But he is not, so I'm wondering if he's on his way here.
Okay, and I see Kate is on the line.
And Geneva needs to recuse.
Well, hold on. Should we, just for sake of waiting to, maybe we can ask Kate if, Bill, your hand is up.
My hand is up. Sure is.
Wondering if Kate knows if Todd is in fact walking down here. Hi.
Hi, guys. Yes, and I know he was planning to be here early just in case he is presenting. Well, actually Ron's presenting today, but I would like to wait until Todd's available.
Why don't we skip ahead, if everyone is okay with that, to item 8C, which is introduction and first read, if staff is ready.
Why don't we do some reports?
Okay.
Yep.
Just because.
Okay, we'll wait on those things. So item 10, administrative reports. 10A is the manager's report. Scott?
Okay. Happy to do that right now. Pretty brief for you this afternoon, Mayor and Council. Wanted to just first start off with a big thank you to town staff and volunteers here for, in particular, a large number of public works staff who were involved in this weekend's electronics recycling and drop off, large item drop off. We did collection of outdoor gear that will be donated to the upcoming community festival in the next couple weeks here. So just really thanks to that huge push for a lot of staff and volunteers. That's such an important community event that happens out at Carhenge, really well attended and huge amounts of goods collected. I was part of that, so I was part of the dropping off at least. Want to also really give a big thanks to our Ecology Commission and volunteers as well, particularly Jenny Russell, our chair of Ecology Commission, and Ruthie Boyd, who did a fantastic job of organizing the trash bash. I think this is our second trash bash, but this was really, I think, took it to another level. I had a ton of fun along with my wife, Vicky, being a part of that this weekend. And I know there are over 60 volunteers that came out, over 500 pounds of trash collected on all fronts. And we saw you, Delaney, out there along with Dan and others. So appreciate everyone coming out to that great event. And Ecology did a nice job throwing a party in Town Park afterwards as well. Let's see, wanted to just give council and a community quick update here on our Voodoo housing project and ongoing construction there. We really appreciate everyone's patience around the pile driving of many dozens of large, loud piles driven into the ground. I have given the construction teams a work hours extension for today and tomorrow. That will extend their work until 8 p.m. It's a little bit long compared to what we usually see, but we're in kind of a final push here, and piles will be completed by tomorrow with this extension so that we can meet our goal of having that element of the project complete prior to mountain film and all that goes along with that. So hope everyone can just kind of be patient with a couple more hours of work today and tomorrow, but that is a wrap on that really important part of the project. So want to make sure everyone had a heads up on that if you're hearing a little louder sound this evening. I want to give a quick update as well on our 4th of July event planning. Very excited about that project. As you know, with the fire district and volunteers needing to step away from elements of this long-time community event, the town is excited and happy to step into an organizing role and really create what will be, I think, a fantastic free community concert with great local food, great local music. And that'll all follow up on the parade, directly follow the parade. Hopefully the procession will even lead us into the park after the parade, which is exciting, and music will kick off right at noon. We went out to a request for proposals locally here for an event manager, and we were really excited to award that management to Symbiotic and Jared Carter, who is going to do a great job. Jared and his team are really well known in town and continue to do great events, and they'll be hand in hand with us on this particular event. So we're already well into planning, and again, advanced thanks to Parks, our marshals, Public Works, and all the departments internally that are involved in that event. But we're really excited about it. We know it'll be a big turnout, and we're looking forward to fireworks this year. Weather dependent as always, but we will have, it's looking like 4 bands throughout the course of the afternoon, really between basically noon and 5:30, and then give folks a break, an ability to go visit some of our local restaurants, go home, have some dinner before fireworks in the evening. So it's going to be an amazing event, but very grassroots, very local in its nature. So and again, appreciate several of you on staff really helping out with both concept and execution here.
Hey, Scott,
Yes.
want to just throw out any more, just using the radio opportunity?
Yeah.
Details about food vendor process?
Yeah, good question. Certainly Jared and his team are going to be now taking the lead on soliciting food vendors, but I know we are looking for additional local food vendors, whether it's restaurant or folks with carts or food trucks. Again, we love the local nature of this, but I think we could certainly use ongoing interest and folks to step up and contact Jared if you've got interest on that front. I know he's working directly booking talent for music right now, but we've had a ton of interest locally with a number of bands and so on. And I think again, there's some costs that we'll recoup here from, we're just going to do basic beer and wine sales, probably not moving into the complexity of cocktails and all that fun. But we'll recoup some costs through that, but we'll also have lots of free opportunities with, your traditional kickball, slip and slide. We'll have room carved out for that. Jared's team is going to put together a handful of other just family friendly games. There'll be no charge, of course, and just carving out part of the park for that. But there will be a kind of a formalized licensed beer garden that you can come in and out of with alcohol, and other parts of the park will just remain open, and our typical BYOB and no glass rules and laws will pertain to that. So all at Town Park, and really look forward right as we get into the park in the early afternoon to have, we're hoping those award ceremonies for the best float and so on and so forth occur right on Town Park stage, which is fantastic. But we've got more coordination to do with the parade organizers, no doubt. But yeah, thanks for the reminder on on food, Geneva, we are definitely looking to solicit more and more interest on that front because no one likes long lines. We want to have we want to have a diversity of options out there for you. And I think my last update, Mayor, is just around our short-term rental analysis and timeline. We've got EPS, as you know, under contract for this project, really a state and national leader on this front. They're off and running, and I think it's looking like early July will be the first public kind of open house opportunity where we want to have our first round of data out in front of our community, all affected parties, all interested parties, along with council, to really kind of absorb that first round of data, ask the the hard questions, the good questions, and we'll have our EPS team out here for that. We believe to really be able to have those dialogues and do it in a format that's easy to have discussions and side discussions, and as well as public presentations. We haven't lined up the location or time of that yet, but we're really looking at that early July timeline for public input and open house. And then certainly we're still angling on really fall here to try to get final data presentations and information in front of council so you can make good policy discussions and decisions here prior to that November of 2023 sunset of the current provisions around short-term rental cap, if you will. So that's just a very brief update. We'll, as we get more detail on how progress is going with the EPS team, we'll be able to start filling more blanks on public input opportunities. But again, the idea here is just to gather more data than ever, analyze that data, and also come up with some potential future fee structures around short-term rentals that can begin to offset some of the impacts and really continue to address local housing needs. That's all part of the conversation. So that is what I have for you this afternoon, Council and Mayor, and happy to answer any questions with any of those items.
Any questions for Scott? Like our runner has made it to the building. Thank you, Scott.
You bet.
Okay, we are going to go then to item 8B, which is consideration of review and approval for the Telluride Transfer Warehouse owner, Telluride Arts, to demonstrate, hold on one second, to demonstrate compliance with section 6.7.1C of the First Amendment of the Development Agreement and Planned Unit Development Agreement, Transfer Warehouse and Stronghouse parcels dated March 7th, 2018, as to sufficient funds raised for the expanded restoration work as modified by a motion by Town Council at the October 25th, 2022 regular meeting to extend the demonstration of compliance to no later than June 1st, 2023. Bill Taylor will help us with this.
And Geneva's out because she works with the warehouse.
We have one recusal in case you didn't hear that. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much for that description. That is pretty much exactly what we're considering right now. So at the October 2022 meeting, Telluride Arts requested an extension to demonstrate they have raised all of the funds required for this project for the restoration work. They are now requesting an additional extension until June 1st. So I know Todd Brown is here to discuss it, but excuse me, till September 1st. Their current deadline is June 1st. They're requesting an extension till September 1st. And I believe staff is recommending approval for that with the motion in your staff report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil. Does anybody on council have questions for Phil? Could we please hear from the presenter? And we have in person Todd Brown and on Zoom Kate Jones.
Is this one working now?
I think so.
This week. Our council, as Ron wrote in the report, there's been a lot that happened since we were here in October, most of which revolved around the state level lawsuit against both the town and Telluride Arts, which was finally resolved this February. We still have the federal lawsuit going on, but that does not limit anything in construction. It may affect future operational plans, but we don't think so, but that's what's still going on. The fact that we've had these lawsuits has significantly interfered with our ability to fundraise. We've got a lot of donors who are sitting on the fence waiting for these things to be resolved because they don't want to put their money into something that may turn upside down. We had a bump of confidence after the state level suit was dismissed, but we still got a bunch hanging out there. The fact that the state level suit was resolved in towns in our favor did enable us to release, or did our lenders and grantors have released funds which we can use towards construction, and we fully intend to do that. But that didn't really change the outstanding piece, because we had included them in the summary that we gave you back in October. We have continued to raise money, and we've moved a substantial way on them towards the number that we looked at back in November or October, but we're not there yet. And we're counting on the next phase to help push us past that, which is why I talked to Ron about requesting this extension until September. We have continued with detailed engineering with some of the best engineering firms in the world who work on restorations like this, and are proposing and working with the building department to get permits to do a we'll call it a sample section of the wall. We're going to do the southwest portion of the west wall, which is against the alley, but do the whole job of excavating under that, putting in a grade beam, and grouting the wall, drilling that, putting in tension rods, tensioning them up and grouting them, make sure that whole process works on this building in this location. It's worked on other sandstone buildings and other locations, including some much bigger buildings in New York City, but we want to prove it here first. We expect that we'll get started in late June. Again, it depends on weather and everything else, but that'll probably take July and August. At the end of that, we expect that we'll come back and get building permit to complete that wall restoration or stabilization for the entire building. And that's going to take probably 18 plus months before we can actually start the excavation and interior construction of the new warehouse interior. We'll also say that we continue to have dialogue with the complainant in the federal case. He's worried about people peeking into his bedroom over the wall and about the noise levels. And we have had ARUP sound engineers out of Seattle completely model the building as it is and as it will be, and have put into all of our disclosures to him and his attorneys that with the door closed, we can hold the loudest rock concert you can imagine, and he won't be able to hear it. But he's still concerned about, well, what happens if you have a string quartet on the upper roof and maybe they're the door isn't open or isn't closed for some other kind of event. So we're working through all of that with him, and can never predict an outcome, but the most recent discussions have been a lot more positive than some of the things we've had in the past. So bottom line is, we've resolved one of the lawsuits. We're moving ahead, we're proceeding towards construction, and we're continuing to fundraise.
Thank you. Pete, do you want to add anything?
No, I think Todd really covered that. Thanks, Todd.
Questions, Dan?
What is your confidence level that the federal lawsuit will be resolved prior to September?
Who knows? Anything in the federal arena could be, it could be done next month, it could be done by August, it could take 3 years. The fact that our hearing that was scheduled for May was vacated because the complainant agreed that he didn't have something to argue at that point, argues for us that we're headed down the right path, and we're anxiously and hopefully anticipating, I'll put it that way, that these discussions with him about operating plans will end up with him vacating the whole case. It's a nasty and tricky one, and Kevin can comment if he wants, but basically they're calling into question the state's noise ordinance and how that gets applied, and how do you put in monitoring and all the kinds of things that we as town have shied away from just because of the technical problems with it. So the answer to your question is, we don't know.
And the core of my question, what I'm really trying to ask is, we don't want to have to go through this process again and again, nor do you, of course. So why September? Why do we ask for longer? I mean, we don't want to push it out indefinitely because we also want to see progress on that. And that's the push and pull today. That's the difficult question.
Well, from my perspective, and Kate, you can add into this, based on the rate of fundraising that we've accomplished, even with those lawsuits in place, we're pretty confident that we'll have that level of funding confirmed by September, regardless of the lawsuit that remains. And the fact that we're going to do this test section on the walls this summer when people are around and visible, that only adds to our confidence. So, yeah, we'll probably have to come back and talk about the whole construction sequence, because the PUD had an end date in 2024, and we've pushed the start date back a year and a half. So that's a future discussion to be had, but you haven't heard the last of us. But in terms of pushing that back for the funding question, we're confident that September is adequate.
And this question is perhaps more to Kate. What level of analysis have you done on your funding needs as construction costs and inflations have driven those costs higher to make sure that your estimates and your targets are adequate to meet this goal?
Well, and I think I shared last time with you that we are benefiting from the illustrious career and expertise of Corey Fortenberry, who's working for the project full-time pro bono, and is working with all of our consultants and managing that estimate and the timeline. So right now, we haven't seen any dramatic changes. We are still in final engineering, so we really won't know exactly what the, quantity of steel is and the amount of people that will be mobilized on site for whatever periods of time. There's some nuances there that we'll know once the engineering is complete. But Corey has given us that base estimate that I shared with you, which still stands. I think, as you know, I think we had 1.5 built in as contingency in that already. We haven't seen any dramatic changes yet, and we haven't done any value engineering yet either. So I think we're still in have a lot of confidence that we're close, but we're monitoring it, and there are definitely some unknowns.
Thank you so much. That's all I have for now.
Not seeing anybody else has questions. Mine was along the lines of Dan's. I would rather give you an extra cushion. I appreciate that you feel confident that September 1st will work, but nobody knows what's going to happen. And I'd rather see like a 4 to 6 month extension than a 3-month extension, only to have to then revisit this again. And then, as you said, Todd, at some point, there's going to be another visit about the whole entire construction scope and deadline. So is there any reason for us to not potentially put a different date in the motion?
Not to me.
Kevin?
The only thing I could think of is with the upcoming election in November, you're certainly going to have some turnover. So the question would you want to have what would be a new council, some who would not have some level of knowledge on this issue or as much knowledge on it? Would you want them handling that? Or would you want to have it kind of the last check-in with the council before the election on November 7th? I think it's the election date.
I'm pulling up my calendar.
November 7th.
And I can't remember the last meeting before the election.
It's like October 24th.
Yeah.
But then a new council isn't sworn in until the end of November.
That's true, but you don't have another meeting after the 24th until you have that first one in late November. So, but I share with you, Mayor, a little bit of the concern that September 1st is, I think it's just 4 meetings from now when I did the calculation, which isn't very far. But look, if there's confidence, maybe we defer to an applicant on that. As I think it was also indicated, there's a separate deadline for the actual CO of the entire building to be demonstrated to the town by October 27th, 2024. And it would appear that that deadline is unlikely to be met.
I guess I just would feel more comfortable overall pushing it out a little ways. I appreciate your sentiment, Kevin, on a new council. If we even went to October 15th, that gives you an extra 45 days, right? Doing the math right there. Too much math earlier. Woo. Just to give that extra cushion, so to speak. How do other council members feel about that?
Yeah, fine by me.
Is there fun?
Yeah.
Because if they need to get on the agenda for the 24th for any reason, and that would give them the first couple days of that previous week to get on an agenda if needed.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Expired by.
Yeah, you need to have the check-in before the date of expiration. It's the other way
I was doing
around.
it backwards.
So you
Okay.
might do it November 30th,
October.
October 30th with a check-in.
Okay,
We would anticipate October 24th.
Great. Let's do October.
Okay. There you go.
I mean, if everybody else is good with that. Okay,
Got it.
just rather have enough time just in case, because you never know what's going to come up. The other question I had was, we have a motion presented to us, but we don't have a new document. Would this just be kind of an amendment to the or did I miss it? I'm seeing the old document.
I believe the current document at 6.7 sub 1 requires this check-in, but also authorizes the town council to amend the dates.
Okay. So we don't have to do a new document.
No,
Okay.
it's the last sentence of sub B. Town council may provide extension of time it deems necessary, reasonably appropriate to allow for reasonable construction delays.
Okay. Yep, I saw. I'm just making sure that we've gotten our stuff done up here. Man, you look like you have a question or a comment, no? Okay. This is an action item. And while we don't always take public comment on action items, I see there's someone in the room and 2 hands have also gone up online. So this time I will take the person in the room first, and if you could go to the podium and introduce yourself for the record.
Hello, my name is Leighton Hebert, born and raised Telluride local. I was just listening to the town council meeting on KOTO as I drove in for my family friend's memorial. I don't know if you're all aware, but it's Duck Mosser's memorial at 4 p.m. today in the park. And with that in mind, I'd humbly like to request, literally hat in hand, that you deny the noise extension on the construction at the Voodoo Lounge housing project. I heard on the radio that it was extended to 8 p.m. The memorial starts at 4 p.m. sharp. I wish that I could have been more involved in this ahead of time. Certain things are unforeseeable, death being one of them. And I have driven all night to get here for this memorial, and I would sincerely hope that it would not be marred by the sound of a pile driver the entire time. Thank you very much.
I know we're on a different subject right now, but maybe just to cap this, is that a 4 to 5 p.m. likely event, and what part of the park is that in?
It's under the bra,
Okay.
Near the warming hut.
Okay.
And I would assume that it shouldn't go much past 5. However, I am not one of the organizers
Sure.
of the memorial, and I do not represent the Mosser family. However, they are extremely close family friends, and I think in their grief, they may have overlooked the conflict of the construction with their memorial planning.
Okay, thanks for bringing that forward to us. That certainly wasn't on our radar, but make some adjustments there to respect the
Thank you very
memorial and
much.
family. You bet.
And thank you for taking the time to come in here and say something sincerely.
Of course, I bypassed my house and came straight here from California.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If my mother, Jeannie Josie, is on
Yeah,
the Zoom
she
call
just
waiting,
dropped off.
yeah, that was her question as well.
Okay, and again, I don't know if you heard the beginning of the meeting, but our sincerest condolences to all family and friends. It was a long list I read this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Regroup. Scott, if you need to step away for a minute to take care of that, I appreciate that.
You betcha. Thank you.
Circling back up to the item on our agenda that we are addressing at the moment, there is still one hand up for public comment. And these public comments, we usually limit to 3 minutes. So Tiffany, if you could please unmute Doug Tooley.
Hi, Doug Tooley, Mountain Village Town Council candidate. Thank you, Kevin, for bringing that vote back before the election. This is certainly an election relevant item, and the people in the town of Telluride should have their say on it. That's very appropriate. I know this is at least the second extension. I don't know how many there have been in total. I think there was one omission in the presentation, and that's how much specific numbers on their fundraising, how much progress they have made, et cetera. This can't go on forever. And I don't know exactly how far we are down that road. And that should be clear. Hopefully it'll be clear by the election. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so I'm gonna close public comment, even though there's not an official public hearing, public comment portion of this item 8B. just to circle back up with council, we're comfortable with an extension of the date to October 30th, just to give that extra cushion. I think that will make us feel better. And when you hit September 1st, we'll just all be really glad. And if there's nothing else up here from council, I would entertain a motion with that changed date within the motion.
I move that Telluride Arts as the owner of the Telluride Transfer Warehouse is granted an additional time to demonstrate satisfaction of the remaining conditions 6.7.1 C of the First Amendment to the Development Agreement and Planned Unit Development Agreement, Transfer Warehouse and Strong House parcels for demonstration of sufficient funds raised meeting or exceeding the amount required for the expansion, restoration, completion work, which funding must be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the Town of Telluride Town Council by October 30th, 2023 at a duly noticed public meeting of the Telluride Town Council.
A second.
I have a motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Anything further up here? Staff, good? How do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Dan, yes.
Yes.
Delaney, yes. Motion passes 4-0 with the people we have present.
Thank you, council,
Thanks, everybody. Sorry.
and happy birthday, Kim.
Oh,
Thanks,
birthday,
Todd.
Happy birthday, Kate.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, next on our agenda is 8C. Geneva, if you can hear us and make your way back, that would be great. And it looks like staff is back down here, so I think they are ready for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. Nice working with you today.
So following the work session that we had about an hour or so ago, staff went upstairs and redrafted the ordinance. So
I'm gonna read it in real quick just
Okay.
for continuity. Okay, 8C is introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending council and mayoral compensation, and we have Julia Praise and Ally Slayton with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Young. So the changes that I made, this is the same draft ordinance that was attached to the memo for the work session. It has been tweaked. So in section 1, you will notice that the blanks have been filled in, but there's also been several other changes to reflect the decisions you made that you directed staff to make in that work session earlier today. So the council compensation has been, or mayor compensation has been set at $31,410 per year. That does reflect the 45% of AMI number. And town council compensation has been is reflected as $20,940, which is that 30% of AMI number. These numbers will increase biennially beginning on November 1st, 2025, and will be effective upon election or re-election of each new member taking office. Additionally, those increases will be capped at the lesser of either that base rate compounded biennially or 45% of the previous year's AMI for the mayor position or 30% of the previous year's AMI for town council person positions. You'll also notice that in that second paragraph, those biennial increases will also be suspended upon implementation of the town's recession policy. And we also retained language in this ordinance that does just memorialize that the mayor and town council persons are also eligible for health insurance coverage under the town's policy.
Any questions from council? I mean, I think they nailed it.
Yeah.
And I expected some hands to come up, so I was just waiting a second, taking a heartbeat for that. Staff, do you have any further questions for us? Okay. Kevin?
Good.
Good, okay. Get my thing here. Could you please unmute Doug Tooley?
Doug Tooley, Town of Mountain Village, council candidate. A substantive point here, but one that doesn't go so much to the to these compensation, definitely the mayor there is a big time job, and the burden on the council is high as well. You've done a good job at working through those issues. However, as a point of fact, AMIs have in fact decreased in San Miguel County. I suspect that the error is that delay in the publication of the fiscal year 23 AMIs, which, as you said, Delaney, are in May. But they must have been using the fiscal year 22 numbers. The fiscal year 23 numbers just released is 98,000, a decrease from 104,800, approximately a 5% decrease. So a little bit of a factual mistake in the presentation there, but I don't see anything malicious about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please unmute Greg Craig?
Town council, just want to make sure first that you can hear me correctly.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I did not have, I apologize. I was busy this morning, so I did not have the benefit of hearing your discussion. So take these comments with a grain of salt, and they're not going to make a difference, but I need to make them. I find this a very complex way to do things. I don't really know of any other town that I've seen in Colorado that does it this way. I don't understand why you can't just set a number and adjust it based on inflation and catch up from where we were based on inflation, rather than relying on a number that takes 5 years to compile, is very slow. And also, I'll make the observation that we're concerned with using the current AMI or the most recent area median income for the purposes of setting town council and the mayor's salary, but using exactly the same data source, underlying data source, which is the American Community Survey. When we did the vision plan, we insisted on using a very out of date number from the same data source. So just noting that difference. But again, my main point is this seems to be a bit of a Rube Goldberg contraption to me, that it's a little bit too complex, and I'm not sure why you need to do that, but sounds like you have a direction you're going in it. Thanks for allowing me to comment.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to close public comment on this because I don't see any other hands up. Does staff want to say anything about the process or any of the comments made earlier, or does council want to clarify since people weren't present for our earlier conversation? Okay, I'm seeing not shaking of heads. So with that, if there's nothing else from council or staff, I would entertain a motion. You got it?
Nope, not yet. Sorry, I wasn't ready.
I know you guys don't like my method, but it's on page 121.
I can get it if you're not ready.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending council and mayoral compensation, and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the same on June 13th, 2023.
Second. I have a motion from Geneva and a second from Mian. Do we need to reference this new document that you handed to us in the motion?
I don't think so. It's the one that you're approving.
Great.
And it can change. We know what's coming back on second reading. It's the draft that we have here.
Great.
It's been presented.
Geneva, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mian, yes.
Dan, yes.
Delaney, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, staff, for that really quick turnaround.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 9 is the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. We don't have anything on that. Scott, did you have anything to add under the manager's report?
No, I don't think I have anything to add right now.
Okay. Is there an attorney's report today?
Nothing to mention publicly, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Council reports. Dan, do you have anything?
I don't have much. Unfortunately, the Sneffels Energy Board met at the exact same time as the county commissioner meeting last week. On that note, for anyone who hasn't heard, the Democrats by state statute appointed an interim county commissioner for the vacancy left by Hillary Cooper. She took a job at the state. Her name is Ann Brown. I believe she'll be sworn in tomorrow. And there was a planning and zoning meeting. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend due to a work conflict. The main highlight from that is Phil Taylor did provide an update on downtown vitality. Excuse me, I'm pulling up the document now. Exact wording correct here, yeah. Commercial vitality and commercial inventory in downtown. I read through the report. There didn't seem to be too much of an update, some coming and going, but the overall base level of commercial and service commercial real estate remains pretty similar year over year. There's a breakdown in the planning and zoning packet of those changes. Something we certainly want to continue to monitor. There are a number of new vacancies in downtown that anybody who walks downtown will be aware of, but a number of vacant spaces that had been there previously have buildings, new businesses in them as well. So keeping an eye on that. That's all I have.
Thanks. Leanne?
There was only one board meeting between this meeting and the last, and I was not present for it. For SMART.
Okay.
So I don't know if you attended, or we can circle back with Adrian at our next meeting.
Okay. Geneva?
I don't have too much either to contribute. I would just like to repeat the, for anyone who wasn't listening earlier, a small portion of the manager's report that the sound from the pile driving, the sound ordinance is being extended an hour today and tomorrow and should be wrapped by till 8 o'clock. Thank you. Till 8 p.m. for today, Tuesday, and tomorrow, Wednesday, and should be totally finished by Wednesday night at 8 p.m.
But Scott, do you want to address?
Yeah, listen, we're gonna ensure that the teams are putting a pause on for the memorial service this evening. And again, the extension today is just expedite that.
That'll be done till Thursday at 9 p.m. 9 a.m.
I can't make commitments around that aspect of it. Yeah, but we know that today, tomorrow, we're extending till 8 p.m. with a pause for the memorial today from 4 to 5. And we hope that wraps. But if there's final wrap up work next week, then that'll be the case. But we want to make sure, obviously, that pile driving is not occurring during Mount Film. So we've got commitments around that.
And I just wanted to also say that I'm really excited for the summer, full of tons of fun events, and look forward to seeing everybody and hope everyone has a successful summer.
Agreed. Lars?
We had a TRAA meeting last Thursday, but I was unable to attend due to work conflict. So I got nothing else to say.
Okay. Our last meeting was 2 weeks ago, and when it happens that way, it's like sometimes we just don't have as much to report. Scott already mentioned these. Thanks to the community for the spring cleanup and recycling event and all the volunteers that worked there. There was a lot of people from the county and Eco Action Partners and town staff and community members in general. And the bike rodeo was on Saturday and it was really rainy, but we still had 20 kids show up and parents, including a couple in the back of the room, maybe. And it was a really fun event, and it's going to be an annual event. I think we may work on the dates a little bit more because in November it was freezing and in May it was raining. So we're going to tweak that a little bit perhaps. And the trash bash, again, 519 pounds of trash were picked up by 60-ish volunteers. And there's no way we picked all of it up. So everybody, let's just work together on being better about not throwing our trash about. And I did mention to Scott, I focused on the pocket parks, which also happen to be outside of venues that have music at night or our bars. And the amount of cigarette butts is disturbing. And so I suggested maybe we look into getting some outdoor ashtrays. I couldn't think of the word because I don't smoke. No offense to anybody who does smoke. You do you, it's your choice, but please dispose of your butts properly. And the only other thing, I guess, that I would like to do is, I can find it because I closed it. I have a statement to make. Over the past 7.5 years, the town of Telluride has faced serious challenges and achieved some tremendous accomplishments. Many of these achievements were due to beneficial collaborations with our government partners and other local organizations. Most of them would not have been possible but through the committed leadership of the Telluride Town Council and our ability to compromise on occasion and find consensus. I am proud to be a part of this team of leaders. I truly love what I do, and I feel fortunate that I have had the opportunity to serve my community in this way. Here are some notable highlights. We have retired an immense amount of debt on both the Valley Floor and housing assets, which has freed up finances to be focused on other important infrastructure and programs. The passage of our climate action plan was a milestone, which, along with our county climate action plan, will help set the stage for our entire region as we face continued challenges with climate change. Our participation in the formation of SMART increased transportation options across the county. The new skate park and the expansions and improvements at Town Park have made it a world-class playground for people of all ages. Our response to COVID was not necessarily unique, but we attained swift changes which benefited our local businesses, our tax revenue, and most importantly, the most vulnerable in our community. We modernized our relationship with the Telluride Tourism Board and have hired numerous consultants to provide us with data to design and shape our future through thoughtful growth. Council recognized the increased needs of and demands by our residents and visitors. There have been auspicious additions to town staff, and our team is working like a well-oiled machine. Telluride has worked nonstop on solutions to our housing dilemma. Since 2016, the town of Telluride has constructed 5 projects consisting of 86 housing units and a boarding house. We are currently under construction on another building which will contain deed-restricted rentals and commercial space, as well as the new free box. And parcels in town have been purchased, which will eventually become stable housing for our local workforce. If this sounds long-winded, consider it an early state of the town address, as I will not be making the regularly scheduled address in July. It's only been 2 weeks since our last town council meeting, and a lot has happened since then. I wanted to extend my sincere appreciation for all of the support the town staff, my fellow town council members, and a multitude of individuals throughout our community and county expressed for me in my bid for the San Miguel County District 1 Commissioner seat. As you all know, I was not selected to represent our county. As one door closes, another opens. I will be eternally grateful for the experience I have had in being a part of this team, and I am excited to remain a part of the team, albeit in a different fashion. It is with a bittersweet sentiment that I am announcing my resignation as the mayor of Telluride. I will be working through the end of this week as mayor to finalize some of the things already on my calendar. I will continue the work I do for my community and with the town of Telluride as the director of the rental housing department starting on Tuesday, May 30th. The name of the department will be changing to reflect an expansion of services to our community, such as childcare. I believe it will now be referred to as, I'm looking at Scott, as the Community Services Department. Again, I want to say what an honor it has been to be chosen by the people of Telluride to serve as your council person and then as your mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Delaney. We'll miss you,
Mayor.
but we'll see you at the next council.
At the next council meeting. Item.
Mayor, if I could, I think this deserves a little bit of follow-up from that and, you know, as someone involved in these discussions and hiring, I just want to say that we will absolutely, both as staff and council, miss Delaney's leadership and insights as our mayor. I'm thrilled, however, for Delaney to bring her extensive knowledge and experience with rental housing policy in particular and projects to bear as our new director of what we will call Department of Community Services, particularly at a time when our rental housing department is poised to grow beyond just rental housing management. And that's not a just, there's a lot involved with that alone, but certainly during our extensive hiring process that started many weeks back now at this point, the town was really fortunate to receive an interest from a deep pool of qualified local and out-of-state applicants. Delaney Young's experience and her passion for the work that lies ahead of us in that particular department just set her apart for this important position for the town moving forward. Certainly, Delaney Young has just been a tireless advocate for underserved residents in Telluride during her 17 years now in Telluride. And I think as the town manager that her addition to staff will simply further strengthen our team as we look to really further increase the town's positive impact in the realms of housing, childcare in the future, and general critical services to our residents. So we couldn't be more thrilled to be able to bring someone with Delaney's depth of knowledge and passion in as a permanent long-term position. The timing is a little, the timing is what the timing is. It opened up after our friend Melanie Wasserman has moved on to new roles as a co-executive director of Tri-County Health. So we really look to fill that position as quickly as possible with great need. And we felt fortunate that Delaney put her name in that hat for consideration. And again, through our interview panels, she rose to the top. And we, as we do with all of our departments, will hire the most qualified candidate. And Delaney Young was that for this. So we're excited we get to keep you on in the town family, and what a great additional strength that will bring to the department. So congratulations, and we will miss you as mayor, but the work continues on.
Thank you, Scott. We still have a meeting to finish, so I'm going to keep going because there's also softball games tonight. Item number 11 is Telluride Housing Authority, and we don't have anything for that. Item 12 is executive sessions, and it is my understanding that 12A will actually be pulled from the agenda for lack of a quorum because we have one absence, well, 2 absences and 2 recusals. So we need to postpone that discussion. It will happen in another way.
May I ask a question, maybe town attorney Kevin Geiger on that front? Given that on any executive session, we are not certainly making decisions or voting, is a quorum required, or is this really kind of best practices to not hold that while we have so few council members that can attend?
So we were looking at some of the code provisions earlier, and there's a specific code provision for lower boards and commissions that says you do not lose your quorum if you have a conflict of interest recusal, except for town council. So my read on that is that you actually do lose your quorum if you don't have those members participate in the exec, if they can't participate in the exec session. So I think we were only going to have 3. Yeah. Quorum's 4. And then I think just from a practical point of view, I think the thought was that there could just be individual meetings between council members, I believe, and staff.
For updates.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, certainly this is an update, but with some sensitive information. So we can make those meetings happen on a one-on-one basis.
Okay. So therefore, item 12B, Telluride Medical Center and Fire District Housing for a conference with the town attorney and town manager for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and or instructing negotiators under CRS section 24-6-4024E and section 4.6.c of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. I would entertain a motion to move into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Dan, second from Mian. How do you vote?
And yes.
Me and yes.
Large yes.
Yes.
Delaney, yes, motion carries unanimously. We will move into executive session. Thank you to everybody who attended our meeting today. And thank you as always, Kodo.
Okay.
Okay, the time is now 4:50 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Delaney Young, Lars Carlson, Meehan Fee, Dan Enright, Geneva Shawnette, Scott Robson, Kevin Geiger, Lance McDonald, Zoe Denal, James Van Hooser. Am I forgetting somebody?
That's it.
Yeah, right.
And the 5 members of council.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing and hearing none, we are by unanimous consent adjourned at 4:50 PM. So long, town council.